G'day everybody, and welcome back for some more Stationeers, sort of. This isn't Frozen. This is... uh, this is me putting myself through pain. Because today I have to recover from what I'm about to show you, for those who missed it last week. You can see here, there's a smart canister there that's looking mighty red. It's looking very red. That doesn't go well. Okay, so we have... As I'm trying to build a filtration setup to basically convert the hot steam mess into just hot steam.
Unfiltered at this end.
And while I'm focusing on that, something joins me from the left.
What the heck? Ah!
Yeah, exactly, Shadow. This is previously on Stationeers.
Oh no.
So,
oh no.
That explosion happened right next to my entire supply of oxygen. Which meant that I had something providing a lot of oxidizer for the fuel that was cooking off. Just very bad. There's something a little bit worse about all this, though.
I was apparently not ready for this.
It completely destroyed my auto lathe and my pipe bender. The pipe bender's not so bad, but the auto lathe is actually a major problem. So the reason the auto lathe is a major problem is that you can't make an auto lathe without an auto lathe. And I really hope that one of the Rocketworks devs watches this or sees this at some point, because auto lathes should be manufacturable from all of the different manufacturing devices, so that you have a chance of recovering more from something like this, rather than the options that I'm left with are stream until I die from suffocation, hoping that I get a trader who sells an auto lathe. Roll back my save to an auto save that happened just before the explosion, or cheat in an auto lathe. And so those are kind of the options that I was left with. You can also notice over here on the right, my door to outside got cooked out. It exploded. I have outside Venusian atmosphere flowing in through my broken airlock. So, what I have decided to do is I have edited my save file so that I've got an auto lathe on one of my shelves. That way I can build an auto lathe and I can try and see if I can survive this mess that I've created. So if that ends up in a death loop, I'm going to roll back. So I'm going to try and survive this, because I feel like this could be an interesting challenge to figure out, because I've got some unusual conditions that I have to deal with. And of the options available, this is the best one. Because unfortunately, as I said, the only thing that can make an auto lathe is an auto lathe. In the last stream, I hoped that the electronic printer could. I checked after the stream and it can't. So what I've done, and let's just relive that one more time because the flames are funny. I think it was 43. Oh man, this bar's small. No. Curses, my mousing is not accurate enough. There we go, lower the sensitivity. 43. Something. Oh yeah, there we go. So much fire. So much fire.
Oh, no.
So, as you can see here, I've got two start options. I've got this start, which is the rollback save, which I duplicated just to make sure I don't overwrite the backup. And then I've got this one where I've added the auto lathe. So I'm going to load this up and then talk through a couple of other things that happened. I'm going to save as... do that. So I've still got those in case I want to see this as an extra thing. So one of the things I had to do before I came into my eating room was I had to grab this smart canister, which was about to explode, because this is full of oxygen. This is my only oxygen supply. This is it. This is all I've got. So this thing is my last oxygen, other than... because I'm not even sure that I've got any canisters left on the shelves. They may well have exploded already. So I had to rush this in here, and I have no power to anything in the base, so that's the first goal to fix. I need to fix my power. Yeah. So I just gotta find where all the breakages are and where I can fix them to try and get things back up and running. It looks like a lot of my, there we go, got power running to there, that's power running now to the airlock. Looks like a lot of my ingots and things survived, the ones that were on the floor. I don't think the ones in the machines will have survived, which is bad, because that's a lot of material I just lost. We still have 41 kPa in here. Alright, I gotta... got power running through to there now. Let's just make sure that the AC and cooling setup is working. Cooling system is functional. That air conditioner is not included in the loop, that's fine. Let's just check through here, make sure all of this is working. That AC is back on. Good. Alright, now. This is stressful, because I can't open this door until I add an extra door on here, because I will then open up to the Venusian atmosphere, and I need to get rid of this atmosphere. Quickly. There is a break between the furnace room and the current one, yes. They are all one room now. Which means... oh, man, I don't have power running through to here. Where's the power breakage for here? Oh, the heavy cable's probably exploded up there. I gotta fix that. In fact, what I may... oh yeah, there we go. That's where it's exploded. Let's fix that. Everything on now? Yep, pipe heaters are on, things are on. Alright, so now what I want to do is actually leave that open, and I'm going to disable this airlock. So I can just open it up. Because it doesn't do anything right now. What I need to do is start depressurizing this space again. And that insulated tank is empty. No, this still has no power. Why does that still have no power? Where's all this power coming from? Goes from there, goes there, up to there, through the airlock, up to... oh! It's cooked off there. There we go, that's fixed. Okay, I need to turn you off. Ah! Let me at it. Turn you off. Leave the vent on. Nope. Need the tablet. Ah! Would it be better to replace the door before evacuating everything? No, because this is going to process this. The other thing I was going to look at is I think I still have a way to evacuate to outside. Don't I? Where's my outside line? Also, Ratpig, thank you so much for 19 months. Paul Beeler, thank you for the Prime sub. Series, thank you for the 50 bits. Malakat, thank you for the 6 months. Egomod, thank you for the 15 months. Series Ranger, thank you for 3 months. Fulgen, thank you for 8 months. And Artone, thank you for 27 months. Yeah, 2 years, 3 months. Don't you show heavy cable junction boxes, multi-way connections, they don't show visible damage. That's true. Okay, this yellow pipe goes to outside, so I've got this to pump out. That pumps out from... Excellent. So let's check this tank, make sure it's not going to explode. 35 kPa. I think we're okay. I think I've lost most of the pressure from inside those because of it all being pumped out into the big tank in here, which I should check the pressure on. Make sure it's relatively low. 18, that's fine. Ah! Fell in a hole. Okay. Right. This is going to be a bit frantic at the start because I don't have much time. And I do need to get this place down to vacuum quickly because if I don't get it down to vacuum, I'm going to have trouble recycling my oxygen supply. In fact, I may have to breathe my waste tank because of how much oxygen gets used for cooling because I have no system for that. All right, so that's only up to 8 megapascals, so I've got a little bit of time. I am going to build my auto lathe, which should be on the shelf here. Oh, I've got to move on my floorage. It's all in the way. Oh, actually, I think some of those fancy metals have survived. Yay! Thanks, David John. Thank you for the Prime sub. Yeah, it is amusing to me that I'm doing this as the devs have released into stable, the brutal mode starts. Keep pressing Q instead of E to switch hands. Alright. Yeah. You don't win that race, Iron. Get in my belt. Iron sheets. Uh-oh. Iron sheets. How am I going to get an iron sheet? I'm going to get an iron sheet by doing this. And then I'm going to swap that to this, because I'm worried that's going to create atmosphere in a weird way. And cable coil. Need 4. Lucky you still work. Plastic sheets. Oh. It's not screwdriver time. Plastic sheets, plastic sheets, plastic sheets. Do I have any plastic sheets? Yes, they're right here on the ground beside me. Okay, I have auto lathe Mark 1 made. Let's stop that. Let's grab these up. Okay, now the next thing I need to do is make... Actually, I'll check what the upgrade costs. Lathe printer mod. What am I short? A little bit of electrum. I saw some electrum here. One of the first things I need to make is the pipe bender. To replace this mess. the heck do you do with the wreckage? I think I just throw that away. Oh, this is something else. The thing that makes this worse than just doing a brutal fresh start is I know I did something stupid, which is how I ended up here. So I need iron, gold, and copper. How far you got? 50%. All right, let's flick that across so it doesn't build another one. Gold, go in. Copper, go in. Iron, go in. Make a pipe bender. Nope, still don't have enough iron. There's more iron. Is that enough? Let's go smelt some iron. Nope. Nope. No! Okay. I'm gonna smelt my last 48 iron. Ugh. Alright. Oh, wait, that's another stack of iron ore over here. I'll smelt that too. So the reason I say that's my last bit of iron is that I need to get this airlock duplicated before I can really use it. I have no other way out of my base. This looks broken. That is broken. Huh.
Hunger caution.
Alright, how much longer have you got? 33%. Alright, at least I got the printer mod made. Yep, this airlock is busted. The door on the outside is broken. I had to quickly close this door before I created this save. Let's just check what what pressure that tank is at. I haven't checked in a bit. It's only at 8.85. We are almost back to vacuum in here, which is great, because that's going to make dealing with the... it's going to give me a bit more time to deal with things. What is my pressure at internal 100? Let's slow down the emptying of these oxygen tanks. Actually, Sano, that might be a good way of doing things. Just build 3 walls and a roof around me, open this door, remove that other door, and replace it. That might actually be the better solution to what I was thinking, which was build an entirely new airlock in front of this airlock. Yeah, good call. Oh, this is so slow! The part of the base that's damaged is just around here. Nowhere else is really badly damaged. Those iron bars should be ready. But I don't know if there's other stuff that I'm missing that is damaged, and because I've now lost my oxygen separator and cooling setup, I have to rebuild that. In fact, I should quickly check what's in my cooling pipe. Still just CO2. Good. It's under... oh, very low pressure CO2 though. Let's fix that. While I'm waiting for the... wait, what am I waiting for? No, I can just make my doors now. No, the O2 tank is not intact. It is very much exploded. Although it does look intact, but it was very much exploded. Weird. Very weird. Why did you look intact? You are intact. What? Could have sworn that exploded. I mean, it's empty, so it means nothing to me. Suppose it is a Mark II, so it can handle the heat. So maybe that's why it didn't explode. But the tank stand it was on and all the pipes it was connected to exploded, so I lost all the oxygen anyway. For those joining right now, let's just relive it for a moment. Hang on. Apparently I closed it. Never mind. You can go back to the start of the stream. There are also some clips from... I also made a highlight, which I should have linked. Hang on. Can I do that quickly? No, I need to focus. Walls. I don't have time to do this. I need to make walls. I need some steel sheets, which I've got here. Need to make a door. Grab the printer mod. Let's grab a screwdriver. Okay. Next intermission, play it. Yeah, there we go. That's a good idea. Door. Okay, we have a door. I need plastic and I need glass for the door. Or is it just plastic? I'll grab glass as well. There we go. Should have enough to make the door now. I've got the walls, so let's barricade myself in and see if I can get this working. I might grab those other bits of plastic. Yeah, the earth-shattering kaboom was last week. I hope I don't have another one today, and I hope I don't get stuck in a death loop. Because that's my other worry. Is that I could get stuck in a death loop here. Alright. Sing grinder for the door? Yep. Let's get...
Air tank low.
I know the air tank's low. Crowbar. Glass sheets. Okay. Airlock rebuilt. Wait, no. Done that wrong. I need to... External vent. Oh. You are set inward. Turn on. Why isn't this working? What? Wait, I did it the wrong way. That's why. I'm an idiot. There we go. In my panic, I forgot which way switches in Stationeers work. Can we see the burst pipe? Yes, we can. All right. We are at 0 in here. Let's set this up. Exterior vent, interior vent. Now I can get rid of my walls. And I have a functional airlock again. At least until I save and reload. It's roof bit 2. Oops. There we go. Alright. Now I have ability to go inside and outside. I have a few things built already. Let's get some iron sheets. Just need a pair of those to make the thingy. Let's make a pipe bender mod. Let's weld this up. Then I have to focus on getting my...
Mission critical.
Yeah. Then I have to focus on getting my oxygen supply back up. That's the next thing. What do you want next? You want plastic sheets, don't you? And a screwdriver. And we're done. I've got a battery charger outside somewhere. I don't remember. I'm not fussed. I've got a battery charger here. That's the important thing. And it is intact, and all the batteries are still intact and charged. Okay, so what do I need? Can you, in your current state, make me an insulated tank? Yes. Copper, steel, and silicon. Copper. Steel. Silicon. Because annoyingly, even though I was in the process of making my proper gas room, I'm not going to make a proper oxygen setup. I'm going to make yet another temporary one because I need to make it quicker.
Hunger critical.
What's critical? Hunger. I could pull the O2 out of the greenhouse. The thing is, I still need to set up a storage system regardless of where I source the oxygen from. And so I need to get the oxygen source sorted out. That's what I'm dealing with right now. I need to make sure I've got an actual way to separate out and collect cooled oxygen. Then I can figure out where I'm going to get that oxygen from. It doesn't matter to me right now where I get it from, as long as I get it. I should get rid of this. Wait, go. There, I said. Be junk under the base. Steel frames. I had one around here. That's an iron. But I had some steel frames around here. That's more iron frames. That's more iron frames. That's a steel frame. So the oxygen filtration line has 12 megapascals of very mixed stuff in it. So I need to get this out and put it back into the thing to get filtered again. All right. Yes, my air is very low. All right, let's deal with that. So yeah, I've got to filter the oxygen that I've already filtered again. I The filters are still intact. Or if I got a pump lying around somewhere? Maybe I've got one through here. Yes, that degree of pollution within the oxygen line could become a problem because it will accumulate in my suit. Unless I have filters for each of those components, it'll accumulate in my suit and eventually suffocate me. Because it'll be that instead of oxygen that's in my suit. I'll do it this way. And there are too many different things there for me to have that many filters in my suit. So, the way that Stationeers suits work, they draw in oxygen from your air tank. They draw in the gas from your air tank, I should say. It goes into your suit. Then, over time, it goes out via whatever's in your filters in these filters goes into your waste tank. Whenever the pressure goes up and off, or whenever the oxygen is below, or the internal pressure is below a certain point. So as I breathe out CO2, it's using up these filters. But if I also have water, nitrogen, pollutant, and CO2, I just have enough filters to do that, actually, because I've got 4 bad things: CO2, nitrogen, pollutant, and water. I could put a filter for each in there, but then as soon as any of those filters dies, it's bad. I'm going to do this a bit differently. I'm just going to treat these as one room now. I'm not going to worry about trying to keep them separate anymore. At least until I'm ready to... At least until I've done the gas room. Oh. So the long and short of what I was just saying is you can manage with more bad things in your suit air, but it's not good. You're probably better off not having all the bad things in your suit air. I'm going to get rid of these walls. I may as well get rid of the wall. No! Come back here. I need them to stand on. And welder. Oh. Oh no, I made multiple pipe bender mods. I forgot. I wasn't paying attention. Oops. That was a bit of a waste. Oh, guess I just have to increase the priority of me getting some sort of recycler setup, which so many of you have wanted me to do anyway. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is run around here. I'm going to turn off my filter. I'm going to turn on that pump. Let's check that all the pressures are okay. Yep. Let's turn my system here back on. So I'm not using that vent when I don't need to.
Health low.
Yeah, I know, lady. So my cool gas storage is basically empty. Why is my cool gas storage basically empty? Because it's all getting pumped out via... No, I can't do my filtration setup here. I'm going to have to build it in the... No, I have to build it in the... Dang it. I forgot I've got this pump pulling all of the stuff into here. Actually, that works in my favor. That really does work in my favor. Never mind. Because there's no oxygen in there. Yes. So now, when I use this pump, what I'm going to be putting into... So, what I just realized then was I was evacuating this cool gas storage. That's where I was about to pump my oxygen, my poisoned oxygen into. Because I've evacuated this, this is actually going to be predominantly oxygen when I push it back across, which actually makes it should make it quicker for me to filter that oxygen back and make it all nice and safe, which is great. So that actually was good. Put that up 10 and turn it on. And we just got to wait for this pipe to be completely evacuated, get the oxygen back across, get a tank filler set up, and I'm good. Cooling as well. Phew. Aside from having to cheat in the auto lathe, recovery is going well. So some of you might be wondering why cheat instead of waiting for a trader? And I think you just answered your own question. Waiting for a trader when you're live streaming is just a no. No, the waste tank is not after the filter, it is before the filter. As punishment, I've made a second pipe mod. Yeah, there we go. Hey, Elemental. Or maybe that one is? What was that? No. Oh, yeah, the cool... Is the cool... No, the cool gas is... Oh, the cool gas is after the filter. You're right. It's this tank that I've just shoved it into. No. Where have I just put that oxygen? Oh, into this tank? This tank! There we go. Either way, it's mostly oxygen. Well, mostly CO2, but still. You alright, Toff? This is why I need a new atmospheric setup, because this is terrible! This thing is a complete mess. Maybe make backups of important machines and keep somewhere safe. I mean, yes, that is a potential solution. I just feel like it would be great if there were more ways for us to bootstrap our way back up after something catastrophic like losing our auto lathe. All right. Weld you up. And now, tank. This will be my oxygen tank. Let's see, have I got more pipes through here? I hope I do. Still got plenty of pipes through here. No, I'm not going to worry about painting it yet. I hope that once I've got myself stable and I've got oxygen that I can refill from again, that I will be able to get back to working on what I was working on last week, which was my filtration setup, my proper one. I'm so confused as to what's going on with these pipes. Okay. Let's have a look at the oxygen one. Because I'm gonna try and remodel it. Is this the oxygen pipe? Yes, that's the oxygen pipe. So, why does that go up? Why does my oxygen pipe go through? Oh, that's why. 'Cause that's so I can pump into the living space. Gotcha. So that pipe needs to remain, but could probably get shortened. So let's do that. While I'm waiting for this to be vacuumed out, I figured I might as well do a couple of things. I'm going to need to get a heat exchanger. So let's make one of those. Let's grab this. Swap you for you. Yeah, my water situation's still dire, but it's not deathly dire just yet. Small direct heat exchanger. Is that what I want? Counterflow, large direct. No, just want a straight up heat exchanger? What the heck is a small direct heat exchanger? What's the difference? Oh, right. No? Got small direct, large direct, a standard heat exchanger, and a counterflow heat exchanger. What? Is a small going to be adequate for my oxygen? These all take Invar. This one's cheap. Alright, where have I got some Invar? If they've got some Invar on the ground here. Constantan. No, I do not. Oh no, there we go. Invar. I've used the counterflow on my cooling setups. I don't think I used the counterflow for my oxygen. I think I used the deprecated one. Or I used this straight one. This is one I used before. I think. Just realized the true catastrophe. The stacker is gone. Yep. And it ain't coming back. I mean, it will come back, just not yet. Alright, so input 2, output 2. What the? Oh, there was just one pipe. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, that's sorted. Now, get the oxygen on. Actually, that's not where I want to join that. Is it? Oh, actually, it doesn't matter. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Yeah, I jinxed myself by putting a stacker in. That's how this all went wrong. Totally wasn't me just completely not paying enough attention to the fact that I had superheated gas right next to a whole stockpile of oxidizer. Alright, so that's pure oxygen now. Let's turn this off. Thanks, Taliesin. Thank you for the 28 months. Thank you very much. And thank you, D-Nuts. Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you, Perseus, for 31 months as well. Right. I need to get my brain together. I'm... too frantic. I'm not thinking. That's what goes around to the other side, which I've... should be able to link up again. Yeah, alright, let's do that link up bit. So... take this coming out this way. And what I want is... actually, yeah, I do want to disconnect that from there. I don't want that hooked up to the heat exchanger. I want the heat exchanger to be on this early side of the loop. And I think I want another tank. Can I make another tank? Do I need a whole extra tank? Probably don't need a whole extra tank. Probably just need a tank connector. That'll off. What are you? Pipe utility gas. Not helpful. So what I'm trying to figure out right now that I'll just pause and I'll try and talk it through and see if I start making more sense. So what I want to do, what I had done before with my oxygen setup was I had a storage capacity for oxygen, which I only emptied into my regular breathing supply once I had once I had it cool enough. Which means I need a little bit of storage capacity for that oxygen while I'm cooling it, so I can periodically shuffle it across. And I'm just trying to decide now how to make that storage capacity. And I think I should be able to get rid of this tank, potentially. Because that tank is not really doing anything anymore. And I should be able to use it as my temporary storage, maybe. Previously it was just the pipe network, you're right. Maybe I'll just make a couple of inline tanks, and that'll be enough. I don't get that much oxygen coming through. Make a pair of these and I'll just make one inline tank for now. Because obviously this setup is meant to be temporary, so let's not waste too much time on it. There we go. We have an inline tank. It goes to our... oh, nope, that doesn't work. So that's now hooked up to cooling. Then I have a pump added here. And when that's cool... Nope. That's not going to work because that's not going to let me place that wire. I have to place it there. So that's where my cool oxygen gets stored. And then I have the last piece of the puzzle, which is a back pressure valve, which I have to replace. So let's make one of them. Pressure regulator, whatever it's called. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, actually I can turn the filter on now that I've added some capacity to that line. So what do I need for this? Iron and gold. How much iron? 5. That's 3. That's 9. There we go. Let's stick, boy. Thank you for the tier 2 for 6 months. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, 6 months in advance. Thank you. Yep. Nothing is more permanent than a temporary solution. That is the way I live my life. And gold. Is there any gold lying around? I'll just shove this little bit of gold through. The iron I smelted at the start is all in the auto lathe. And rather than getting it out, I figured I'd quickly check and see if I had some iron on the floor I could clean up. Yep, that's right. I'm tidying. I thought I'd do that rather than pulling it all out and having to shuffle it between machines again. Okay, pressure regulator. You're not going to like being there either, are you? Fine, you can go here. Now, where's that utility kit? And there we go. Set this to 15 megapascals again. Yes, the floor drobe. Floor ridge, floor drobe. It works on a few. That works surprisingly well for a few things. There we go. So I can get rid of this pump now. That doesn't need to be there. Order these bits of pipe. So now I'm going to tidy up the piping a little bit if I can. So the oxygen is going where it should be going. I think. Let's check. Nope. Not there. There. So that's all at 129 degrees. And this is getting hot. That's bypassed, just making sure. These are at the same temperatures. In fact, that side's hotter than this side. there's water in there. Has this lost... Has this system lost water? Huh. I think it's working. I think it's working. Oh, right. That's the other thing. This is really hot because it's still low pressure. There's not much gas in there. I need to fix that up. Need to put some more gas in. And also, I put hot gas in it, so that was probably still being cooled down. And I have just added a whole lot of hot gas to it, so it's understandable it gets briefly overwhelmed. Yeah, this AC is not even in the loop. It's not even included. It's completely separate to all the system. It's fine. That's intentional. Thanks, James. Thank you for 15 months. Your meeting's over. You can watch the rest live. Nice. Hey, MB. How's it going? Yeah, so I should really just deconstruct this air conditioner because it's not actually doing anything. Just pressurize this system up a little bit more because it's at 658 kilopascals. And apparently this is my way of pressurizing it. Thanks, Mordred. Thank you for the Prime sub. True, Shadow Drake. I did discover last week that I had one of the main actually in use, or supposed to be in use, ACs off last week. So it may still be recovering from that little snafu. 555, 378, 388, 402. Yeah, there's a lot of heat energy that needs to pass through this system first before it's going to work. That's okay, though. So we will get there. Hooray! Apparently I had a pump in there, I think. I almost lost that bit of water supply too. Let's check what's in these pipes. That pipe has very little. That pipe has a tiny bit. Cool. Well, that's the way it should be. Synthan, you're so right. I'm gonna have to go check on my greenhouse. That's been off this whole time. Plants are still... Some of them are there. Some of them look like they've died, but some of them are there. Looks like we lost some soybeans. They didn't like having the light off. I'm just going to forcibly turn these on. Oh. Zenthan, savior. I'm presume someone might have asked that in chat before and I didn't notice, but if they didn't, even if they did, thank you very much. That could have been terrible. Alright, that's saved for now. Okay, that's wired up. And so I've got an oxygen supply now. Just got to clean up all the pipes. That shouldn't be too bad. So I want to connect this pipe up to this bit, the cooled bit. So I might disconnect it here. Then I'll reconnect it from here. Mordred, the excitement happened last week. It was not a today thing. I did show my little highlight of it. In fact, now that I'm more calm and I have O2 sort of secure again, I can probably go back and find that highlight clip so I can show you guys. Oh wait, I want to do this way. Okay. Don't want to waste anything that's in the line. Okay, let's clear this bit out. Feels good getting rid of some of these old pipes that I put around the place that were all piped for convenience at the time, but not for convenience of figuring out what the heck I was doing later. Is there going to be much oxygen in that? I care. Yes, I do. There's actually a decent amount in that bit of tube. It takes a literal bomb for Splitzer to clean up after himself. Accurate. My parents would agree. Would have agreed. Now let's just check the pressure in this pipe again. 6 megapascals, we're fine. And keep disassembling. Around here. I think Nev caused the biggest explosion in terraformers. TFE, I think, did cause one, but yeah, it wasn't as big as Nev's. Or maybe I'm misremembering. I think I'm maybe misremembering because I think I was more surprised that Nev had even caused an explosion. Alright. It's all orange, but it is a bit more tidy. I'll go shove these pipes into my storage through here. pumps. Cool. Let's check on the state of my oxygen supply then. What temperature is it at? 106 degrees. Oh boy. That's got a way to go before it's safe to breathe. How long do I have left on my... Oh, I've still got a while. As long as I don't go outside, I'm okay. And now that I've got filtering set up again, I can do this. Ecomond, I watched a fair bit of Wasted stream of screwdrivers. It looks to be fun. Okay. I want some lights. It's real dark in here. Oh, we'll probably have to sort that out later, though. Oh, there's a pile of... Oh, right, my tool printer got destroyed. Yeah, that happened. Okay. I just gotta wait on the oxygen. That should be okay. So I should be right now to go in here and have a look at what I need to do next for my filtration. So where was I up to? I decided that I needed to do the filtration the way that I had planned, not the way that everyone was telling me. Because I have very specific requirements on how I want this working. So we've got dirty gases going in there, the pollutant being pulled off from that, and the next dirty gas is going into that, the nitrous being pulled off into that, next dirty gas is going into that, and then I was working on cooling that gas. So I'd started building this cooling setup. Now, how far did I get? Did I get this finished? No, I didn't, because I don't have the water needed to put into here. Right. I still need water to go into the phase change coolers. I got as far as singing pipes. Yes, chipsticks, I did do that. There's still a tiny bit of pressure in here. I'll probably be able to hear it. Yeah, I was going to dump the hot steam into the phase change system. That was the plan. That's not going to happen anymore. I should probably... how quickly is my oxygen supply cooling? Down to 92 degrees. Okay, so it's cooling relatively quickly. I don't want to go outside until this is down at a breathable temperature. The reason for that is I don't want my air tank to empty too quickly, but I do want to go outside because I want to try and see if there's a trader coming by that sells water. So I'm going to chance it.
Jetpack low.
My jetpack on. It's just relative pressure. Stellar sprouts, space springs. Space springs? Maybe space springs? Spring sounds promising. Oh, maybe the kind of springy springs rather than the dribbly ones. Yeah, watery or bouncy. Come on. Grunwalder, there is already a pump between my main oxygen storage and my eating room, my dining room. There's already a pump in that line, so it won't empty out. Don't worry. All right, what do you sell? Bulk water! Bulk water! I'm saved. It was the dribbly kind. I'm saved. And if I have enough money, I'm buying this water canister so I've got a backup one. I don't know if I'll have enough money for going further than this, but yes, we have water. Okay. Landing pad's empty, I can just keep buying. I might buy a couple, I might buy these actually, and let them out in my breathing room. In my greenhouse. I hope I'm waiting long enough. Yep, easily. All right, we have water. What do you want to buy? Okay, nothing I want to sell him. Could sell him the muffins. Nah. That's fine. I don't think it's fully worth buying this just to shove that in one of my cooling loops. And I did already buy all of the, I can just leave him there for now. Decide on the other stuff later. I did already buy all of the oxite last week. So I've got heaps of oxite. 150 litres of water. Oh, joys. Let's go start that cooling loop. I'll just leave him out there, and if I decide I want to buy some of the other stuff, I will, but I should be at a point now where I should try and not use too much stuff from traders, and instead get get it myself, manufacture it, and explode half my base. I did have a pump in there. Do I want to put a pump in there? Nah. Just put that in there. Fine. So what I want to do is first put some water in my drinking side of things. So we'll turn on that liquid pump. That's plenty. Here at 5 liters. This is a terrible way to do this. How much water do I need to drink? I really need to combine these setups rather than having them isolated. It's not helpful. Probably would be faster to do the thing directly, but haven't set that up yet. What I also wanted to do was to
Hunger caution.
take these through to my cooling loop. Let's do that. Oh. I think I've taken most of the water out of that loop already. I think it's all now in this tank. Yeah. Alright. Let's take these through and put them in the cooling loops. In fact, I might. Maybe I should top up this one. Let's check. Oh no, it's got gas in here now. It's okay. Thanks, Spare Tire. Thank you for the 6 months in advance. Thank you very much. Nothing but steam is okay. Part of my justification, I'm not going to say the reason. I'm going to say part of my justification for I don't have a way to fill these. Part of my justification for why I haven't oh, that's not going to work. I need a regular pipe utility liquid. Part of my justification for why I'm not fixing the water system is because I want the water system to be developed in here properly, and that's going to be my fixing of it, rather than trying to fix it now and then having to do it again later. No, behind the chamber is for the CO2, not for the water. Utility liquid. I need some more iron, which I can just go outside and get. Assuming my oxygen has cooled down enough. 80 degrees. Eee. Yeah, unfortunately, Daz, that was a gas one behind. Would it be worth putting some cold... I don't have a way to fill this, never mind. Yeah, never mind. Don't have an easy filler. That's fine. Just trying to think through some things. Let's go mine a bit of iron, because we are desperately low.
Jetpack low.
Yeah, I know, lady, my jetpack's low. This guy sells nitrogen, I'll use that to get some.
Jetpack low.
Don't need a huge amount of iron, just enough to get going. Already filled up with 300. What? What? Oh. Why didn't I open those up earlier? I swear I... Didn't I? I thought I did open those backpacks up earlier. No, I didn't. I just checked the sort. Man. I was too distracted by all the terrible things that were happening. Oh, that was a dumb. Oh, I should turn these off. They don't need to be on. Yeah, I could grab the utility bit from the weird filling system that I'm using and use that instead. It's a temporary thing, but I'll just get some iron made. Iron doesn't take long to process. So what was I at on the O2? Was it 80 something degrees? It's down to 78 now. It's taking a while. Toff, any gas at all can be used for the propellant. What I will probably use going forward will be CO2, since I've already got pressurizing systems set up for CO2. So I can just pressurize one of these gas canisters, shove it in, and done. Because CO2 is safe to use. It's not going to cause combustion anywhere. It's not going to cause me to pollute anything. I can add CO2 to the greenhouse if I end up using it. Using the jetpack in there, so it's all kind of okay. Which is good. Demonworks, there shouldn't be any reason at all why the power input cables from the turbines would have been damaged. Because all the damage was localized in this region. The thing that was broken that was problematic was that the power cable running to the greenhouse was broken, and I only fixed that up quite recently. Oops. I'll make 4 of these because I think I might set them up so I can add extra water to the phase change setup. Those of you more experienced with the phase change coolers, is there any downside to having a bit of extra water in my phase change coolers? I'm struggling to think of one. Because I'm thinking if I get it to a decent water supply amount, I probably should just increase the amount of water I have in there. But is having increased thermal mass bad? I thought often that's good. Because it means that I don't have to... It means that once it gets cool, it stays cool for... Like, it takes longer for everything to break from equilibrium, so I can add more heat to the system before I break the system. Because at the moment, it doesn't take much heat for me to add to the system for it to be mostly broken. Oops, didn't want to jump all the way over. I want to jump on top of that. There we go. Yeah, that's what I want. There isn't too much, but in the event that either side of the chamber is way out of temperature ranges, extra liquids evaporating will cool your gas pipes, potentially breaking them. If the cooling side is too hot, you have very hot gases leaving, potentially overpressurize your liquid pipes to bursting. Okay. I suspect I'm not quite at that pressure range yet. So I could probably add a little bit more. But yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, that's connected. That's connected. One of those in there. Put that in there. Now, we can begin. Condensation chamber, you need to go up. All the way to -6 megapascals. Evaporation chamber, you need to go down. And same with you. There we go. Ah, that's a bit annoying. I can't hold Alt and C to move it in small increments. I've been trying to hold Alt while I do this stuff so that I'm not moving my screen around when I'm frantically clicking on these things.
Hydration critical.
Okay, we should start seeing this working now. So we've got 66, 93. Yep, we're getting heat passed up. This is at 250 degrees. That's fine. I mean, I do have the extra
Hunger critical.
little volume tanks on the gas lines anyway to prevent condensation in there from pressure. Cool. These systems have begun working. I'm going to bring some more water in for them. But the cooling should begin, and then I can hook it up to my big gas tank and start cooling the big gas tank. And then, despite people telling me that batch is not most efficient, and the most efficient would be a flow unit so that you can have constant cooling. The most efficient is the system that works. And I can get my head around a batch cooling setup more safely and more reliably than I can over a constant setup. The trouble I have at the moment, once I pressurize the base, I could more reliably set up an alarm system that I might actually notice. There might be a way to transmit something to your suit to tell you that you're, something's going wrong. But because I've got my base at vacuum, there's no way to transmit sound around the base that I can hear. And flashing lights only work if the flashing lights are in every room. Three trips with these will be enough. That system to at least start working. Recovering from this mess wasn't as bad as I worried it was going to be. I honestly thought I was going to be spending most of today recovering from the mess that I created last week. So now I need to hook this one up to a heat exchanger that operates on this pipe here. So I need some grey pipe, which I've got in hand. I'll admit, the fiery end was a fun way to end a stream, in a way. Would have preferred if it was an intentional fiery mess, but I guess you take what you can get. Now I'm just going to check again. It's that big tank, isn't it? Am I looking at the right thing? No, why's that got pollutant in it? Oh, this is the one I've been trying to empty out. It's This tank I need to cool. Alright, I gotta turn that pump back on. And I've got to stop filling it up. Oh. Yeah. If I take that out of there. Put that like that. And then join this to there. That should be fine. Before I actually join it, though, I'm going to check what's in this pipe. There is no oxygen in this pipe. Yeah, this room still has a teeny tiny bit of pressure in it. And it's going to take a while to empty because there's no vent in this room. I will eventually put a vent in this room, but it's not a big deal at the moment. So yeah, this should be the line that's coming from my furnace after the oxygen filter comes off. Yeah, this is post oxygen filter. Excellent. How hot is this gotten? Has it reached max? 1857. No. Maybe it has. I don't know how hot those things can go. Alright, cool. I can just link these up now. And I can turn this on. And that should evacuate a lot more quickly because it's not going to be constantly filled by the other thing. Because I kept topping up this line that I was trying to empty out. Which was really annoying. Alright. Good, good, good. Sort out my food and water again. Might check my status on my oxygen cooling as I go past. $72. This is slow. Wait, you got any gases in you? You got a little bit of nitrogen. Okay. Might do that. Reckon another water canister around here? Wait, no, never mind. Or me. I was thinking of doing something that I'm not actually set up for. Yeah, I am starving and dehydrating a bit. I have a bit of a habit of letting these things get to absolute zero before I come back in here, so that I don't have to keep coming in here to eat and drink as often. Because yes, the starving thing is not a big deal. It's a bit annoying because you hear the breathing, but it's not a big deal. This habit will never get you killed. I mean, it hasn't yet. It did almost in the multiplayer series, but it hasn't here. But I have turned up my own, like the volume in my headphones so that I can hear, I can hear when it starts happening so that you guys don't have to put up with it. Alright, back to making grey pipes. So what I will plan to add here is the filler. Then we're going to go back to the wall. Actually, no, I'm not going to go back to the wall. So if I do that, I make cabling harder than I need to. I've got to get over to where this brown tank is. And put a heat exchanger up on the wall there. And then I have the fun of probably doing some more coding. Yay! Because I'm going to be at the point of attempting to set up batch cooling and transfer of gases. So then the next stage of sorting can happen. Oops. Why not just connect that pipe directly to the tank? Because, Daz, if I connected this directly to the tank,
Jetpack low.
when the tank is then emptied, which I would desire, like I do want the tank to completely empty, then the coolant here would be non-existent. Also, I'd be potentially cooling gases that may... Actually, that shouldn't be a problem, but I... Oh wait, am I supposed to put an air conditioner on here? I should have an air conditioner in here. I've missed a step. But yeah, basically it would end up with this coolant line being empty, which I don't want. While waiting for things to process, the coolant line should be ideally brought down to cold so that when something gets dumped in, it can quickly exchange heat into the coolant line, having the system effectively primed and ready to go. Do I have another AC unit down here? Insulated tanks. Doesn't look like it. Alright, I'll go get one. Don't worry, when I will also be setting up a condensation thing for this cooled tank. But thank you for the reminder. Atmos. Which I thought I saw one lying around here. Or I could just disassemble this one. Oh, plus I have that one that I built for the filtration system that I never actually used. There we go. At least got rid of that one so that no one's asking questions about it anymore. Oh, you gonna have these 3 ACs as well? Got heaps. Got heaps! Alright, air conditioner. Go there. How have I set up the other ones? Just so I don't make the same error I did last week of connecting the wrong bits. The output goes back around to the input. Which will also be the bit that branches off to be exchange loop. Then this side joins up to here. its own filling spot as well. Okay, so I need to go get a few pipe utility units. I need 1, 2 of them. Yes, Elemental, I did blow up a lot. Oh, actually, stop doing that. Why do you do that? Why do you always put Steam first? So, open with VLC.
G'day, everybody, and
Yeah.
so let's go with 5 oxygen
This is me making
and
the beginning of the errors.
10.
Let's turn me down lower.
hydrogen.
I need to go to, I think it was about there. Nope, this is after the disaster.
In this case, volatiles.
Here we go. This is pretty close to it.
Okay, so we
There you go. You can see the red tank. The red smart canister ready to blow.
the filtered output, which I go here, and the unfiltered at this end.
And there's the fire.
What the heck? Ah!
And all of my oxidizer gone.
Oh no. Oh no. There goes my oxygen supply.
Yep. So that's what happened last week. Do 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 do. What was I doing? Making pipe utility. Make a few of these. The joys of me not using the Twitch interface to show that bit of footage and rather using the higher resolution version that I have on my hard drive. The oxygen really did get a miraculous reply with reload. Yeah, that's weird. I mean, I'm not using the tank, so... but it is weird. It could have had something to do with the fact that there was an update as well. Because there wasn't a new update posted. That might have been the difference and caused some weirdness with damage being remembered and not. Because I've definitely seen that happen with Stationeers before. And not just Stationeers, lots of games actually. Okay. Oh, I think I'm about to get a dog. Hello, Charlie. Goodbye, Charlie. She just wants to check that I exist, and then she immediately walks back out again. Like, yes, he's still there. Yes, it's okay. I'm gonna leave again. She had her big birthday yesterday. She's now 3 years old, which is... she does not act. She enjoyed some fancy stuff from the butcher. I should make this air conditioner before I do this. That in there. Thanks, Matcha. Thank you for 56 months. Thank you very much. Yeah, 3 years. It's crazy. These numbers keep increasing every day. They do. They do. They keep increasing every day, and I keep ignoring them even more every day. Pretending they don't exist. Numbers don't exist. That old line, I will continue to grow older, but I will never grow up. So I was asked just before why connecting the input of the air conditioner to the output. It's because I don't really have a separated gas to come in and gas to go out for the cooling. I want the gas that's coming in to get cooler. So the way to do that is to connect up the cool output to the input, so it'll just gradually lower. And because there's no flow in Stationeers pipe systems, they're just a singular entity. This is perfectly functional. And the output waste heat goes into this pipe, which then gets heat transferred via the condensation and evaporation chambers into the next one, which goes into the next one, which goes into the next one, and so on. I put CO2 in this line? Yeah, I did prime that line. Good. What I didn't do... Where's that insulated pipe utility around here? Yeah. Did not put any extra gas capacity in this system, which was a mistake. So that's not much pipe network. Oh, this is liquid? Dang it! Have to go make a proper one. Or find one. Have I got any up here? Insulated pipe utility kits? Nope. Just need a pair of these anyway. Thanks, Shaggy. Thank you for 17 months. It looked like there was one by the shelf in my big room. I will have another look as I go past. I thought I had one lying around, but I'm still going to need more of them, so there's no harm in making a couple. Probably no harm in making a couple. Now let's just check my power situation. I'll make sure things are still okay. Yep, things are grand. Oh yeah, there's one there. There are 4 there. I'll do that then. Alright, let's use up the rest of my jetpack. I won't get trapped down here even if I run out of jetpack because I've got the CO2 pressurization system. So I don't have to worry about the jetpack because I can just use the smart canister that I'm using for priming these lines. Thanks, Nanos. Thank you for 9 months. Zid then, the oxygen is good. I haven't checked the temperature again. It was still quite hot when I went past just before. But hopefully we will start... Help if I plug this in, wouldn't it? Start seeing some improvements there soon. I need more cable. 6 is not going to get me there. Cable coils. Make them all. I'm gonna sneeze. Oi. Hello. The shelves will eventually take over, especially once I move the furnace out of this area, because then I think this will become my shelf storage room. I'll lift the ceiling by 1 block as well, just to make this feel a bit more spacious. And then this will be my shelving and production room. And that, at that point, I think is where I should be having a recycler and all that sort of thing set up too. Oh, the fool. I should have done that. I so should have done that. Just stick a pile of shelf kits on the floor next to your pile of everything else. Now that's not going to allow me to go through, so I may want to put that tank fill the other way around. Doesn't really work that way. Yeah, that solves that problem. Put a stack of stackers next to the auto lathe. Yeah, I could have done that too. Yeah, let's check the temperatures on everything in here. So we've got that rapidly coming down. That was already pretty low at 50 degrees. Cool. Literally. Okay. Need a heat exchanger. Should I use a counterflow? I don't think I've got enough thermal regulation capacity to actually make it worthwhile. But I guess if I add some later, I could. Is there any advantage to a counterflow? No, I don't want a counterflow. I want a direct. Counterflow would be bad. No, counterflow would be fine. Anyway, I'll just use a direct. I'll make a large one. Counterflow gets less efficient if there's not flow between the input and output. Okay. Well, I'll just do the direct. And I'll build a large one so that I've got it built and it's there. Oh, that's quite big. Placement requires frame. Oh, man. Where am I going to place this then? Place it like there? Yeah, maybe. Let's go get a frame. Oh yeah, I'm planning on placing and removing. It's just figuring out where I can even place it to begin with. Where's my heat exchanger? Where'd it go? Hello? Did I throw it on the ground? Did I swap it into the shelf? What have I done with it? What did I... I did put it away. Why did I do that? Hey. Malakat, it's fine. The jetpack thrust is fine. I've got an easy way to refill it. It's all good. Oh, pipe. Hello, pipe? No pipe. Pipe up top. Walls, don't need them for the moment. Don't need those for the moment. Don't need that for the moment. And wrench. And welding torch and steel sheets. Okay, so we have input, and we have input 2. And that's it. Just those 2 inputs. Cool. So as I mentioned before, the reason I can say that it is fine with the jetpack is right there is a jetpack filling station. So there's really nothing to worry about at all. Yeah.
Jetpack critical.
Oops, I have... Oh no, I've got that right. Then I need some brown bits of pipe. Here. Which will hook up to this bit. Right here. Yeah, why did I do that? I've made that messier than it needed to be. I don't have a good reason. Yeah, I don't have a good reason for that. Oh wait, I should pressurize this more. I'm going to be using this in my jetpack. Let's make it last.
Jetpack critical.
The style. Yeah, let's say that. Sure. Yeah, I don't have a good justification for that. I might even fix it because it's a bit silly. Oh yeah, how am I going to make this work with the batch system I have planned? I haven't thought that part through. I'm going to fix that. So I may not want to connect this directly. might want to pump into the exchanger and then pump out into the big tank. Is the big tank empty now? Oh. It's getting there, but it's not quite there. There you go, Crow. So I'm gonna need to have a pump between there and there. And then a pump from that that goes into here and a pipe analyzer so I can tell the temperature of that. Do I want to have more than just inline tanks? Probably not. I can just do small batches. So let's go grab those inline tanks that I had made and I think I put away. Might make 2 more of these. Insulated. Oh, it doesn't do Space Engineer Star Search. Kaylin, the recovery goes quite well, actually. Surprisingly well. I'm actually back making progress again. Honestly, the nuclear batteries down here don't really have a purpose just yet. I'm just kind of ignoring them until I eventually put more charges around the base and then I'll chuck them in there. I've got so many batteries charged, it's silly. I need a pipe analyzer. Just need some electrum, which I have put into other machines. Gold there. It's any other electrum. I could make some. Why don't I make some? Got gold and silver around the place. Yeah, let's make some gold and silver. I mean, some electrum. Turn you off. Turn you on. Get a little bit of gas in there. What does electrum want? $800 kPa to 2.4. All right. And no cap to max temp. Everyone, like, a lot of people have been talking about me using the basic charger on the floor to hook it up for batteries. How long do you think it's going to take me to set that system up? Honestly. When I don't have anywhere particularly well set up to hook something like that up, and I don't remember where I've got cabling and stuff, it's actually going to take a while. The reason I've been avoiding it is because I just know that it's going to be hard for me to find all the bits. And I'm like, I don't want to deal with that right now. I want to deal with my gas situation that I've been trying to set up for weeks. I think I put too much gold in. I know I've got my silver here. It's okay. Hey, Zerial. No, I need the pipe analyzer because I'm not using a tank. I'm using an inline tank. So I need a pipe analyzer. Because the volumes that I'm going to batch process are going to be small. Zerili, you didn't miss any... well, you missed a replay of several explosions. $800 kPa. There we go. Electrum made. Threw the wrong one out. Alright, pipe analyzer. Oh, this is going to hurt my brain trying to figure this out. Going to be difficult for me. Right, let's begin by throwing that on the floor. Then I will tidy up these pipes because they were not done the way that should have been done. All right. Now I need to bring... Can I do it all up here instead? So. This filter doesn't need to be here. In fact, shouldn't be here because I'm not going to be filtering at this stage. So let's dismantle the filter. It's not actually going to be there, and that'll give me enough room to then set up the rest of this thing on top here. Line tanks too. All right, so that output goes straight onto there, which is good. Then what I want is this to go to a pump. Let's start here at the front. I got pumps on me? No, I've put them away. There we go. See you, spare tire. Nope. Nope, using the wrong controls. There we go. So, pump goes that way, which will then go onto regular pipe, which can have the pipe analyzer on it. Which is annoyingly the opposite way around for the cabling. So rude. Then this goes to some inline tanks and into the heat exchanger. It then comes back and there's another pump which pushes it into this tank. Yeah. Simple. Straightforward. Hopefully functional. Can't you turn the pipe analyzer? Yes, you can. but then it's like little LCD thing. The screen on it won't be showing up, which feels weird to me. Even though I'll probably never look at it after it's set up. That goes to there. Then we come back around. Alright, I'll see if I can fix it. Fair enough, that worked. That makes a lot of sense. Now we need another pump. And I need to branch this pipe. And this goes straight into this tank. Is this empty yet? Annoyingly not. It's taking forever. I may have to dismantle that tank. I think I will. I've pretty much gotten all of it out. Oh, no. Yeah, the pump on the other end is maxed out. Just being real slow. What was that amazing vertical storage device? What happened to your system? My system has always been build not quite enough shelves. And I have built not quite enough shelves. Oh. It's not in line.
Hunger caution.
Is that in line? Yes. Where's my brown spray paint? Thanks, Debating Spark. Thank you for the Prime sub. And thanks, Nuka World, for the 100 bits. Yeah, this is I think okay. We should now I should now be able to mess around with once I plug these in, mess around with an IC chip to run it all. I think I might isolate this circuit as well. Just for my own brain. Where am I cabling? Oh, right, there's cable on the wall. That's what I'm running from. Cool. Let's get some more cable. I'm going to need more than that. All right, inline tanks to the cooler. I forgot to do the inline tanks. Thank you. Let's grab the brown spray paint because I'm going to need that. Okay, that. Pipe in the middle for style. Oh. Nope. Don't have room for anything. So now, those together, those up there. Go get some cables. Wire this thing up. Hopefully make it all work. Series, how did you do that as gigantic? Is there some sort of sticker function in Twitch chat now? For those wondering what I'm talking about, there's a gigantic one. Oh, it's a power-up. Right. Costs 30 bits. Really? 30 bits or channel points? Just released today. Okay, I had no idea that that had bits attached to it. Someone did one earlier and I missed it. So thank you for that. I have no idea where or when, and I had no idea. That's very unclear, thanks Twitch. For being as classically unhelpful as you've ever been. Thanks, Series. Thanks, Bleepy Pew. Oh, did I update my wave emote? I was getting distracted by something. I did. I did update my wave emote. Now my wave just stays waving. I reckon I reckon it looks a bit better. Thanks, Shadow. Okay, cable. Probably should have made the other bits while I was in there, but I've already come back, so let's put this in. Thanks, Elemental. It actually kind of works all right on the animated emotes because I did make them a bit higher resolution than Twitch wanted me to. I pushed the limits of what it would let me do. And that should run straight down, and then I'll be able to run the IC straight into that. Actually, this bit of pipe here is functional. It actually has a function, because it allows the cabling to run through. Huh. What the heck is an on-screen celebration? And I presume that's impossible to run unless you're using notifications, so... Why, Twitch? Why you like this? I see stuff. Need to put some copper in there. So I need an integrated circuit. Which needs some more gold. I saw gold over here. Then I need one of the IC10 housings, which I can't remember the name of. Just IC housing, okay. And then I should go grab my laptop and bring it through so I can start trying to do this thing. Oh, I also need a transformer or an area power controller. Don't think my transformers survived the apocalypse. Might have to make one. Oh. So it's added on Twitch's end, but it won't show up on You can see the thing flood the screen, but interesting. So it weird. Anyway, I'm just going to ignore that those things exist for now. Now that I understand them somewhat. And go back to power controller. Glitch, I imagine anything that's added to the screen on Twitch's end will be present in the VOD on Twitch, but it will not be present in the VOD on YouTube. That would be how I imagine that's going to work. Thanks again, Leafy Pew. And thank you, Neil's team. Thank you for the Prime sub. Hollow, I don't get any notification when you guys do that flood the screen thing. I don't see anything. I don't get any notification in my activity feed. I don't get any notification in chat. I get nothing. That's poorly designed. That's very poorly designed. Oh. Okay, this is a bit awkward. I'm going to have to put down another frame. If someone did the flood the screen thing, I have no awareness of it at all. And OBS is not where you get notifications for this sort of stuff.
Hydration critical.
Okay, that goes there then. My housing in here. I'm going to be pedantic. Put it that way. More niceness. No, I don't want that there. See ya, come on.
Critical.
Expected Crim. Thank you for the bits. This is distracting. Just probably the intention. Yeah, Shadow, I don't get any of that on my activity feed. There's no option for it in the stream manager view. Bits, boosts, challenges, charity, followers, gifted, goals, hype, polls, predictions, promotions, raids, rewards, shoutouts, and subs. That's it. There's no option for a power-ups or those things. Yep, Twitch being dumb. That's enough of Twitch being dumb. Now it's time for me to be dumb. I need a label maker, which I've got on me, and I need to get my laptop. Laptop. Take off my suit, take off my helmet, eat and drink. Let's make a muffin, because the other muffin in there is basically out. Alright, then we go turn that off. Can I drink? Do you know the Muffin Man? He was the perfect voice for Lord Farquaad. Absolutely the perfect. His name's escaping me right now, but he was the perfect voice for it. I forgot to bring the laptop! Ugh. Okay, go. John Lithgow, thank you! He did such a good job of saying some really ridiculous lines just right. So they were still a bit ridiculous, but not completely. Thanks, Spectre. Alright, just gonna quickly check this, because I'm running that massive pump, and it's empty, so let's turn off that pump. So that thing's very expensive to run. Thanks, Hollow. Right. So, we begin with edit. And we clear. Now, I want to label these things. So we have... First, I'm going to set this to 10. Set this to 10. Pump in. Pump out. That's all I need. No. I do not have the 5 heaters running 24/7. Soft off, the pipe heaters only run when I've got an excess of power. They are actually managed by an integrated circuit thing that I set up. So, what I want to do is turn on this pump until the pipe analyzer says that the pressure in here is, say, 1 megapascal. Then turn off the pump. Then I'll check the temperature, and once the temperature is at 20 degrees Celsius, turn on the other pump until the pressure in the tanks is, say, 100 kPa. I don't want to go too low because it'll take too long, but I want to kind of fluctuate between those sorts of ranges. I think would be safe. And thanks, Dookie World. And I apologize to anyone for when I miss, inevitably, the giant things. Blammo? I hope no blammo. Yeah. That should be all this way this sequence needs to work. Now, do I avoid the hash thing and I just apply these to particular devices? I think I will. So device 0, sorry. That's device 0, isn't it? Yeah. Device 0 is the analyzer. Device 1 will be pump in. Device 2 will be pump out. So alias Analyzer. D0 alias pump in D1 alias pump out D2. Cool. Thanks, Sleepy Pew. Chat don't always appreciate blammo. Depends how far it sets things back and how much you have to repeat things as a result, I think. Or how amusing the blammo might be. Right. How do I do things again? I have to load into R0 device analyzer. What logic types are there from the analyzer? What is it called? Oh. Oh. How nice. Even though they've spelled them varyingly throughout the thing, it accepts the different spellings in the searches, except not for the pipe. For some of them. Some of them accept the different spellings, some of them don't. Thank you again, Spectre and Hollow. Alright. So, I want pressure. Oh, does that need to be capital? Yes. So, let's just go start. Load into R0, analyzer pressure. Then if branch if greater, branch if less than. Oops, that's not where I want to be searching. What am I doing it in the Stationpedia for? It's over here. Branch less than. Branch 2 line C if A is less than B. Okay. R0 is less than... Ooh. Does this come in KPA? I think it does. Then go to... What am I going to call this? Branch less than 0. Call this gas in. Gas in. Otherwise, dump start. Gas in. So when this starts, it'll load the pressure, it'll load the temperature. If the pressure is less than... Oh, actually, I need to set states. I need to set a starting condition state for everything. So that'll be pumps off. Set pump in... Is it power? 0. Set pump out power 0. Or is it on? On. So I need to turn them off to begin with. So whenever this starts, both pumps get turned off, because that means that I can start from fresh each time. Both pump gets... Actually, that doesn't need to be... Oh, need start. I'll get there, eventually. So those get... Every time I turn on the IC, those will get both switched off, and then we start. So then, from start, we load in the pressure and temperature at that point. I don't think I want to check temperature here. I think I want to check it later. So we load up pressure. Branch if less than... Branch greater than. No, branch less than. I'm doing this right. Branch less than 1 megapascal. If not, it yields. Which means if it overpressures, this is going to break and not do anything, and it's just going to sit there until I pump the gas out. That's not helpful. Branch less than to gas in, or goes to gas temp. We'll have gas temp as where it checks the temperature and then drops it. And then can set up the gas out. So that's okay. So gas in, set, pump, in, on to 1. And I want to load the pressure. I want to load back into R0, analyzer pressure. So I can overwrite it. That's fine. And then branch greater than R0 1000. Go to gas temp. So if it's greater than 1000, it'll go to the gas temp. If it's less than, jump to gas in. After a yield. Maybe after a sleep. Sleep for 3. So it doesn't have to run it too often. So then we go to gas temp. At gas temp, we load into R0. Why not? Use it again. Actually, I'll use R1. Analyzer temperature. Branch if less than R1. Oh. The analyzer temperature, is this going to be in Kelvin or is this going to be in Celsius? This is probably going to be in Kelvin. So 293. Is there any way I can find that out? Barnaby is confirming it's in Kelvin. Excellent. What is line 12 supposed to do? So, line 12 doesn't do anything. Now it does. Does that make sense now? Whoops. Forgot to do the jump. Oopsie. The branch if less than 293. Let's... Yeah. Branch less than 293, so we'll jump to then gas out. But if not, we sleep for 5, jump back to gas. Yeah. Huh? Wait, what? That line wasn't meant to be there at all. Was it? No. Wait. That's how that should be, I think. All right, yeah, gas temp needs to start by turning the pump in off. Yeah, set pump in on 0. Thank you. I will run through this again once I get to the end, but let's just go now as well. So we begin with, we turn the 2 pumps off to make sure the system is stable and isn't going to keep changing. Then we check the pressure in the system, and if the pressure is less than 1,000, we jump to gas in, which turns the pump on. We then check the pressure. If it's less than 1,000, we jump. If it's greater than 1,000, we jump to checking the temperature. If it's less than that, we sleep for 3 seconds. We jump back to gas in, where we then check the pressure again, and we keep looping through that. If back here, the pressure is greater than 1,000, we yield for a moment, we jump to gas temp. We don't need a yield there. We jump to gas temp straight away and we avoid the gas in altogether. So that works, I think. Then when we get to gas temp, we turn the pump off. Thank you for the reminder about that. I needed that, because that could have been very bad. So the pump then turns off. The analyzer then we check the analyzer's temperature. If it's less than 20 degrees Celsius, we jump to gas out. If it's greater than 20 degrees Celsius, we wait 5 seconds and we check it again. So gas out. Set pump out on 1. Load into R0, analyzer pressure. Branch if less than R0 1000. Go to gas in. Otherwise, sleep for 3, jump to gas out. Actually, gas in needs to set pump out to off. Don't know if it matters which line these are on, but I'm just going to order them correctly for what I'm thinking. Oops, nope, that should be 100. Branch of less than 100. So 100 kPa, because I don't want to drop, what I plan to do is I can make these batches larger and smaller just by modifying these numbers, but I set these numbers quite low to begin with to hopefully prevent any gas explosions, because I'll have time if I've messed up some of the code here. Yeah, this should work. All right, yeah. Thank you. I didn't swap those when I swapped the names. Alias the numbers used for target pressures and temperatures so you can change them easier. Ah, okay, yeah, good call. Have I stuck? R0 is all my pressure, and R1 is all my temperature. Alias R0 string is temp. R0. Wait, no. Alias set temp. 15. Alias set press 14. Actually, temp low. Press high. Alias press low. 13. Or what am I using it? What? Do I just use define here instead? Wait, how does define work? Oh, yeah, I should just use defines here. What am I doing? I don't need aliases. Define. Temp low. 293. Define. Press high. 1000. Define. Press low. 100. And now I need to change this to press high. This to press high. This to temp low. And this to press low. Cool. I think that works. So that's going to jump to gas in, which loops us back, and that's going to jump to gas out, which loops around that. So that it all loops, and we've got sleeps at the end of each section that's going to loop, so it's not going to run at max speed, which is also good. I think that's right. I don't need to jump to start at the end, because there's no way to get to past here. You jump to gas out, which jumps up to there, or you jump to gas in, which is going back to the start, effectively. It's just ignoring this little bit. This little bit's here just as a safety loop that only needs to run on start. It never needs to run again. I probably could have just done it as an initial thing and just delete the start altogether, because I don't think I have any jumps to start. Do I? No. Start isn't even needed. Okay. No, start's not needed. Start is not required as far as I am aware. It's just a name that you usually give for where things start. I think this is right. I think this should work. Export. Okay, let's get out there our analyzer. Even though I should be able to look at that. Let's see what happens when I turn this on. Pump is going in. Pressure is way over already. Pump is not turning off. Why? Is the analyzer on? No! No, the analyzer is not on. There we go. Make sure that doesn't happen again. Okay, now it should just wait until that eventually cools down. And it will not do anything until that is cooled down. But because there's almost 18 megapascals of gas in there, it's going to take a long time. a long, long time. But it should work now. And the pump has turned off without me turning it off. So that's good. Sweet. Maybe flush it out for testing. I don't really have a mechanism for that, but I guess I could set one up relatively easily. So I've got this turbo pump back here. Where's my drill? There's my drill. If I put this... Wait, I can get rid of this pipe. It's blocking me. That. All right, big pump. Set to push that way. This is just temporary. This is hopefully not something that needs to stay here. The idea I have is that I can just pump everything back through relatively quickly if I have that set up there. Oops, didn't mean to put that away straight away. Through there, through there. Through the pipe. All right, let's get this. So it's 16 megapascals down to 360 degrees already. Eight, 7, 5. That's close enough. Close enough to the pressure it's supposed to be at. So that should drop its temperature far more rapidly. Yes, it is. Good. All right. While that's working, I'm going to take a quick bio break. I'll be back in just a second. Wow, that temperature dropped quick. Now, it's not going to drop low enough for me, though. Because my air conditioner is only set to go down to 20 degrees Celsius, so this is never actually going to hit the target. So let's fix that. I just need to quickly check something. When do I turn off the pump out? Oh, back at the start. Okay, cool. Yeah. I'm just going to drop the AC down to... Oh, not Probably doesn't need to go that low. Just 15 degrees will be enough. Oh, pump's working. We have 15 degree in there. This is getting down to maybe 250 kilopascals would be better. Go to a higher pressure, set the pressures to a bit higher. Because it seems it's quite slow for this last bit. What is this cooling loop for again? It's to cool down my CO2, nitrogen, volatile, and oxygen to a level where it can then be processed safely and used for things. There we go. That should have switched. It's switched. This is going up. It's switched off. It reaches 4 megapascals with how long it takes. So that's all right. So I probably don't need to change the trigger there. We're going to turn this off. What I'm going to do is change my pressure low to something a little bit higher so the batches are processed a bit faster. Set that to 250. But it works. It's all working. Yay! It's not going to be a quick way of transferring the gases, but the gases will get transferred. And that's all that matters. Honestly, for me, I'm just happy that it works. Because my plan, or my desire, my expectation, that's the word I'm looking for. My expectation for this setup is that once it reaches steady state, my intake waste tank will be empty most of the time. I hope that this processes faster than I generate new waste gas. Because I don't run my furnace that often. So hopefully that is indeed the case. Which should mean that I'll get oxygen running into here, and it'll get cycled out and through before the next bit of volatiles gets in there. So hopefully that is actually how it works out. And that's all neat again. Hooray! I did some more scripting, and it should work. Now, what I'm also wondering is whether I should have an AC running on this cooled gas as well. Because then what I could do is use this tank. No, I'll have a separate setup, I think. I'm trying to think, because Canada's just asked, does my base air supply run through this as well? And I was originally imagining yes. But if my base air supply is running through this, that's more constant. And that's going to be a problem, because that means that this system won't empty out. All right, but before I figure out that, I need to have my liquid system set up for this, because this could become liquid soon. Because there is a tiny bit of... Oh no, the water hasn't managed to get through to here yet. Where'd the water go? Oh, the water's still in here because I haven't processed it because that got too high pressure. So we've got no water, so I've got a bit of time to figure that out. I should be able to, because this is down at... Wait, why is this hot now? When did this get hot? I snipped a cable, made all the pumps turn on. Dang it. Didn't realize that. Yeah, Sneaky World. Spicy chicken. Hmm. So, let me just think this through before I deal with the liquids. So, if I pull in my air, like my base air, and put it into this tank directly, that should be okay. Unless there's pollutant in my base air or nitrous, because then they'll never get filtered off. So I need to run my base air through a separate system that filters those off independently of my other... I don't want to do that. But equally, I don't want to run oxygen through this system constantly. Urgh. I will have to think about that. I don't know how I want to solve that problem. Yeah, I may have a fully separated base waste management thing. That's fine. Right. The thing I need to do now, though, is I need liquid valves. Nope. What are they called? Condensation? No. What are they called? Or are they part of one of the kits? I think they might be part of one of the kits. They're part of the pipe valve kit, aren't they? I think. What I'm looking for. Condensation valve is what I want. I want probably condensation and expansion. Because I just want... I don't care which direct... whether there's movement between the two. But I need several of them because if I overwhelm this with liquid, it will overwhelm rapidly. Expansion valve doesn't stop liquid. Use a pressure valve to go the other way?
Caution.
Okay. Like a one-way valve for gas? No. Hang on. Hang on.
Hazard caution.
I'm clearly misunderstanding how expansion valves are working. Allows for moving liquids from a liquid pipe into a gas pipe. Only allows liquids to pass in one direction. Typically, this is done to allow the liquid to evaporate into a gas as part of an air conditioning loop. So... why does it... how does it forcibly push... so this forces... liquid back in. Back through. So what I'm trying to understand why this would cause my pipes to break. That's what I don't understand. Chat's telling me that this would cause my pipes to break, my gas pipes to break by putting liquid into them. But what I want is what I'm trying to set up is a system where we have the liquids that accumulate in this tank going into a liquid tank. And then when this tank is low enough pressure, the gas will come back out and go back into the gas tank. So how can I do that passively? Because I just want to basically, I want to keep moving the gas out over time. Purge valve. Allows for removal of pressurant gas and evaporated liquids from a liquid pipe. Similar in function to a back pressure regulator, the purge valve moves gas from the input liquid pipe to the output gas, aiming to keep the pressure of the input at the target setting. Okay. So I can't really do this passively, I have to do this actively. Which means I need something monitoring this? Or will I be able to pick a pressure that's going to be safe? What pressure would be safe? I need to worry about condensation at the cooling batch stage as well. Possibly? Maybe I do need to force the thing out to lower pressure. Nuts! The cooling stage probably does have an issue as well. Oh, man. Oh. It's not going to process it quickly enough. Because they'll start to condense, the pipes will stress. So water would be the only problem. I think. I don't think anything else will compress. Anything else that could come through here would compress at this stage. It's only water. I do, unfortunately, have a tiny little bit of water in there. But I wasn't imagining this system with water in that water had gotten in the system. So water is going to form a liquid at what pressure? That is a very low pressure. So where am I at? I'm at 2... So to not have the water turn into liquid, I would have to be operating at 11 kilopascals. That's not going to work. should just be able to have a little water network and a little pressure regulator on that as well. So it might be better off just to take the water out of this as one of my early stages as well. Should have had... So what I should have had was water as my third stage to come off while it's still hot. But instead, what I'm going to do is probably put a giant water tank over here and just filter off the water first, and then the water can come, then the remaining stuff can come back to this side, maybe? Condensation valve and a liquid drain. Yeah, I could do that. Because it should just be water that comes out. It shouldn't be anything bad. The others won't liquefy. I could just do that. How do drains work? Because I thought we'd used a liquid drain. Doesn't say. Fantastic. Passive liquid drain? Moves liquids from a pipe network to the world atmosphere. Maybe that's what I want. Couldn't I just put this on here? So, before I do this, what I'm thinking is the only thing that should get into this pipe that could form a liquid is water. Nothing else should condense within this system. Because it will never reach the pressures to condense CO2, nitrogen, or volatiles at the temperatures it's operating at. Water, on the other hand, will. So this would be a water filter that puts water into the general atmosphere for me to deal with later. Which doesn't seem like the best setup. In fact... No, I don't even need to do that. The fact that water's the only thing that can condense here means that I've got a filter for water right here. If I put a condensation valve on here, I should end up with only water in the pipe, shouldn't I? I think. So I should just have a condensation valve right there. And it doesn't matter what gas is in there if I just then pump the liquid out? Let's see what happens. Got some pipe here. There we go. That's connected. Let's swap those out. If I hook up that to there.
Hydration critical.
And we turn this to open. We have no gas in here. Perfect. I've got a water filter. This is my water filter. This cooling stage literally is my water filter. Yes! That's fantastic. I'm using phase change filtering.
Hunger critical.
I did not expect that to be the case today. I'm actually using phase change filtering. That's cool. That's very cool. You can also add a check to your program so it doesn't push any water down the line. Oh, yeah, that is a problem. How will... because water would get pushed down the line. How would I prevent that, though? Because there's always going to be some water as... or should all the water condense here? Thanks, Dragnon! Thank you for the 54 months at tier 3. Have you fixed the kaboominess of last week fully? Yes. Sort of. There is still something I need to do to make it, but yeah. So how would I do this? Oops. Ratio. Where's ratio water? Ratio water. Ratio water? Is liquid water a separate thing? I'm just trying. We've got polluted water. And ratio steam. Okay, ratio water, ratio steam. All right, while I'm thinking about that, I'm just going to... actually, I'm gonna bring the laptop with me because we can go do this inside the dining room rather than out here. Sort that out. Quickly check the temperature of the water, which is now down, the oxygen, sorry, which is now down at 20, so let's pump that through. Did I have I've got a smart canister in here, which I need to bring out. All right. Let's just check what's in this before I put it in the thing. It's just oxygen. Perfect. So that's my oxygen canister. This is set to 15. We'll turn it on. That should start filling. This is slowly filling up. This is slowly emptying. And now I am officially back at where I was. Why is this at 30 degrees? Where's the heat coming into this system from? The pump's surely not adding that heat, right? And it shouldn't be. That room's cooled anyway. I have no idea where that extra heat in the system was from. Oh well. There was already warm gas in there? Okay. Well, 30 degrees is not great for my tanks. And it is what it is. Thank you, Dragnon. Thank you for 4,300 gift subs. Thank you for the 10 gift subs, mate. Thank you very much. That's going to run for a little while to empty out. This thing's got a massive capacity now because it's got the big tank on it, so the pressure's going to be low. We've got that slowly pressurizing up to 15, so we're good. Let's go do some coding, trying to figure out how I'm going to filter off this water. Take off. Does anyone hear that? I hear bad pipe noises. There's bad pipe noises coming from somewhere, and I don't know where. I gotta go hunt for that. Let's check the greenhouse first. Water pipes are not overpressured. That's just an air conditioner running, so that's fine, and we're at 26 degrees in here. That pipe's at 45 kilopascals, that's at 2.1, that's at 6. That's empty. That liquid pipe's fine. That liquid pipe's fine. The tank is fine. Okay, it's not in the greenhouse. Indeed, Leafy Pew. No worries about bad pipe noises. I think they're coming from the other side of that wall. That pipe is not overpressured. That pipe is not overpressured. That pipe is not overpressured. That... okay. That pipe is getting near overpressured. I should probably do some furnace work. That is hot and high pressure.
Filter low.
Go down a little bit. I'm putting some into that pipe. What should I smelt? Should I make some stellite? Silver, silicon, cobalt. Do I have any cobalt lying around even? Do I even mined any? I don't think I have. Oh wait, yes I have. I've got 50. Okay, so if I have 50 cobalt, I need 100 silicon and 50 silver. Cobalt off-gases volatiles. Or is it silver? One of them. Let's put some silver in. And I just need 100 silicon. All right, now, just going to quickly check before I stop do this through. How much is in that? Only 5, okay. could try and figure out how, like, oh, wait, if I'd left that at 25, it would have been easy. Let's do that. Put more cobalt in. Then we put half a stack of silver in. Oh, shouldn't put that there. And a full stack of silicon. Oh yeah, I could have done 30, 30, 60 as well. I was just trying to deal with the ease of half a stack, a full stack sort of thing. Make it simple that way. All right, let's get the gases out. Stellite, we want 10 megapascals at 1800 Kelvin. That should be easy enough. Since I've got so much in there as well. Don't need to empty out any more than that. I'll be fine. $2.8. Do I have a safety cutoff for the gas heaters? No, I was just letting the gas heaters go to their max. Because their max wasn't stupidly high, I thought. Oh. Oh, the temperature's dropping rapidly. I need to pump the gas in there faster. There we go. Turn you off. Turn off. Turn off. Turn off. All right. It's now down below 50, which is good. That's empty. We got 75 grams of stellite. Not bad. I'll put that on the shelf because it's special. And I guess I can smelt some iron. I don't really have much else on me. Wait, do I have some coal? Nope, wrong one. Ah. I have 100 coal. So temperature is still comfortable. 150 grams of iron. 1 of coal. Yeah. Well, seemed like as good a use of the temperature in here as any. I probably should have processed the silicon, actually. So I do have a decent pile of steel out there. I just don't have much silicon. I might do that after I've done this anyway. All right, steel's out. Let's chuck some silicon in. This will be enough useful stuff done, I think, and then I can get back to sorting out my gas room. Which means sorting out my water filtering. Which I think is going to hurt my brain even more than I have already been hurt by the scripting so far today. In fact, I think it's going to hurt my brain a lot more than I've been hurt by the scripting so far today. Oh, I let it go too cold. so we're a bit too cold. Let's get some of the gas out then. Just get all of it out. Oh, actually, no. Wait. What's my pressure? Ah, it's fine. Don't forget to make an emergency backup auto lathe. Where would I put it, though? Where is safe? I think, yeah, I could make a backup auto lathe and put it in the greenhouse, because if the greenhouse blows up, I'm reverting. It doesn't need to be somewhere safe, it just needs to be somewhere where I would revert the save if I lost it. There we go. 300 grams of silicon. Can go on the stack. No, honestly, Barnaby, I don't see any point in building an outhouse far from anything, because if things got to the point where I was restarting in an outhouse, I think I'd just try one of the brutal starts if I wanted to do a restart. I'm not going to continue on from this when I could just do a fresh start when I'm effectively doing a fresh start anyway. Yeah, always got to consider at what point are you just going to be like, nah, I'm done. That's game over, man. Okay. So what I need to do is put an extra step in here. Instead of jumping from temp low to gas out, we will jump to water out. So water out, load into R2, analyzer, steam? No. Water, steam? No. What was it called? Ratio steam. I want ratio steam. Yeah, I want ratio steam, because if there's any steam left, I have to check both. I have to check steam, which shouldn't be present by the time the temperature is correct. And add them together and check. Ah. Load R3, analyzer, ratio, water. Add R4, R2, oops. Is that correct? Did I do those in the right order? Yeah. Did that right? Then branch greater than 0. Let me just check which order I need that in. Branch to line B if A is greater than 0. A is R3. R3 is greater than 0, then we go back to water out. R4? Sorry, yep, you're right. R4. I should really use aliases for this. Range to R4. So if R4 is greater than 0, we go back to water out. I might want to yield or something to make this not go too quickly. But otherwise, it should just continue on then, and I don't need to have anything else. Because then it'll just run on to gas out. Oh, thanks, Barnaby. There are tooltips that would help me from having to search through the function list every single time. This should be correct, shouldn't it? This shouldn't... This should just get stuck in a loop. There's water out. I don't actually need a gas out anymore heading. Oh, yes, I do. Because it needs to loop that bit. Yeah. Needs to loop to there. So as long as there's no water in the system, it'll... As long as there's water in the system, it'll just keep looping here because any ratio of steam or water will force it to loop and yield and let it equalize. But as soon as all the water's gone, it'll just run on to gas out and go back to the same loop as it's already there. Yeah. Alright. I should go get that chip. Or I should take the laptop to the chip. That might be quicker. Uh-oh, uh-oh.
Low pressure. Oxygen low. Pressure critical. Oxygen critical. Temperature critical.
I was like, I can hear an awful lot. I was like, these buttons are sounding really loud. Yes, Malakat. Add replaces the value in R4. It sets the value. It's adding two other numbers to set the value of a thing. Okay, so we turn you off. Nothing's running. Yep. What's in there? That's still taking a while to cool down. Grab that out. Pop that in. Export. And run. How's this looking? Down at 24 degrees Celsius. Excellent. 125 kilopascals. And my input line is now down to 46 megapascals, so we're slowly making progress there. All right. Now, two more IC things to do. These filters need to turn themselves off when either of their outputs are high pressure. In fact, because of this pump, I need pipe analyzers on the out bits as well, because I need to check them. Unless, can this one check its input pressure? Okay. So I just need to label these filters. Filter N2O. Filter N2O, filter pole. The volume pumps can all just run. They don't need to turn off. But I do need a pipe analyzer on this line. Because this I don't have any analysis for. Unless I can check it, whoops, from the tank. What the? Turned my stabilizer off. That explains a lot. Tank, waste. And what do I call this? How do I name this tank?
Because it's after water, pollutant, and nitrous oxide have been pulled out.
Yeah, I suppose phase 1 would be... Phase 0 is the first waste tank. Phase 1 is after pollutant. Phase 2 is after nitrous. And this would be phase 3 because it's after water. So tank waste phase 3. Oh no, wait, it's phase 2 because this isn't after water. Probably should have copy pasted. Tank waste phase 1. Okay. Tanky McTankface. Why you never get the internet to name anything. So, okay. Now what I need to do is actually connect the tanks up to the wiring system so that they're accessible. Where is their data port? On this side. At least that's easy to connect. I don't have any plans for this tank just now, but I may as well connect it while I'm here. So, can someone in chat confirm for me if I put an IC... Oh no, I'm going to need to have... There are only 2 devices I can link to. That's not going to work. I'm going to need to put a proper IC10 housing in. Because what I was thinking was, if I can use just one chip to control all of these first phases. Yeah, batch commands aren't usable for what I need to do. I need to specify particular devices, not using batch or hash commands. What? You can batch by names now? So I can just call set So I can just batch to tank waste phase 2. So what's the point in having device registers on the things? I suppose it does make it simpler and like quicker in some aspects, but seems like a redundant function. What am I after? I'm after integrated circuits. Surprises me. Because I thought the device limits were, I guess it's as they've realized that they don't need to limit what people do as much as they had been. I guess that's why they've added all these extra things that kind of bypass all the limits. That's more what I was meaning by why'd they add those things. Okay. Sick of my inventory being full. All right. So, what I am trying to set up right now is a system to turn these filters off when their output tanks get above a certain pressure. And I'll probably set that pressure fairly low so that it has a very significant safety margin for these sections of pipe pre the pumps. And then I also want to be able to turn them off when their filters run out. But I'm going to start with the pressure side of things because that's the first stage. Basically, I want to be able to just turn these on and have them just run. Alright, so we clear this. Now we have to do a whole bunch of hash stuff. How do I do this? Loads logic type from all output network devices with provided type and name hashes using the provided batch mode. Can I alias this? Or do I have to do the LBN thing to do any loading? Oh wait, LBN R0, like that can be the alias. Alias the register? DB. Well, that's an unfortunately common pair of letters. Nope, that didn't help. There's no DB. Okay, I think I'm reading the wrong bits of chat. I don't care about the other stuff going forward. I just want to get the devices loaded first, then I'll deal with the other bits. Telling me other stuff right now is just confusing. I don't want the device the thing is in. I want the tanks and I want to do all that stuff. Define has it. Does it? How would define work? How do you use hash with define? Yeah, but how do I put... I get that it's like alias, Barnaby, but how do I use it? I don't understand. Like, there's a string. What's the number? Is the... Because how do I set that to be a hash? Define tank variable hash the label. That... What? This doesn't make sense. I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand what you guys are trying to tell me. I'm so confused and frustrated right now. I'm just going to walk away from this for a minute. Think of something else I can do. Because I do not understand what you guys are trying to say. At all. The messages are getting very confusing and mixed. With people trying to rush their answers out. And I don't understand it at all. What I want to do is I want to create an alias for each of the tanks, so then I can load, so I don't have... Yes, I'm not as think as you drunk I am. Right. I'm just gonna try and figure this out. I am not going to use any direct calls for the specific device that I put the integrated circuit in, because that's not helpful to me learning how the other system works. So I'm ignoring everything regarding the direct specific device that the thing is in, because I'm not actually trying to call on that stuff yet. What I want to do is similar to what I'd done before, where I have an alias for a device, or a specific value from a device. I suppose I'm just trying to get the value, aren't I? Maybe that's where I was getting my head messed up. I was trying to alias the device, where I'm trying to alias the value from a device. No, Kazikman, you're missing something big by saying that. Hash just the name of device does not work, because that will do all of the same devices. That's a batch. I want the specific device. I want that tank, not the other tank, not both tanks. Whereas hash name of device, or using the device hash number, is both of them. Wait. As I understood it? Define hash in the preamble of the code, which functions like alias. And in the body of the code, the ID, the LD, load device and set device commands are used the same way S and L are used for aliases. If you want to go a step further, and only... See, does the hash really work with the names that you give devices? I didn't think it... always had the impression that it didn't. Does it actually work with just the names you give a device? I thought you had to use the specific hashes that they've included for their devices in this. Oh, man. I think I should just go and get an IC thing. I'm just going to go get an IC thing. Because I'm confused. This is all too much and it's taking too long and yeah. I'm doing it a different way. I don't care anymore. Housing? Yes, Canada. How? Zing! That is how I'm going to fix this. Where can I put this? I can put it anywhere, pretty much. So all this network is connected. That seems a good enough spot. If I happen to have a chat with Nev at some point, I might get him to explain this to me better, but trying to read it from chat with multiple people, trying to explain it in different ways, and people not being sure who's actually right is not working. So I'm going to do this a different way that I know I can make work, even if it's not as flexible a setup. Oops. So let's put on device 0. That's going to be filter pollutant. And device 3, filter N2O, filter pollutant. Waste phase 2. This will be phase 1. I think that's all I need located. So, oh no, that is pumped. That is piped. I mean powered. Brain? Brain. Right, gone. Have I tried turning it off and on again? That is effectively what I have done to my brain. Rather than trying to understand something new that I am not getting at all, I'm going back to restart and do things how I know how to do them. All right, so I've got the filter. I've got the filters hooked up and I got the tanks hooked up. Cool. Now, let's begin what we need to do. I need to have filtration. What have we got? Pressure input, temperature input. I presume pressure output 2. Ooh, which output is it? Is unfiltered output 2 or output 1? Is there any way I can tell? I wonder if the wiki has that. Let's say... Um... Ah. Okay, unfiltered is output 2. That's, I can work with. Okay. Okay, clear that. Alias. Filter, whoop, filter pol. Alias. Waste. Pol. Waste phase 1. Alias. Filter N2O. Oh. Alias. Waste phase 2. I don't remember which devices I put them on. I'm just going to check again. Device 0 is filter pole and phase 2. Device 3. Device 0 is filter N2O. Pollutant is device 3. Phase 1, D4. Phase 2, D1. Okay. Let's just make sure that's right. Filter pole D3. No, I did. Oh, poop. In my head, what I'd done was pollutants to my right. I'll do that, but no. Pollutants to the right. I'll do it on the right, but I haven't. I've done this all back to front. 1, 0, 1, 3, and 4. Okay. I want this to be tank. Cool. So that's begun. Now, this is looking complicated, but it is less complicated than it was. Because now I've got just the devices. I've got the devices labeled. I can now just work forward from here. So what I want to do is I want to load into ooh, yeah. Let's load into R0 from tank phase 1. Logic type pressure. And then branch if greater than a what pressure? So let's go 30 megapascals. Branch if greater than tank high. Define tank high 30,000. Branch if greater than tank high. A is greater than B. Whoops. R0 greater than tank high go to yeah. Where am I going to? What am I going to do next? What am I going to call the next bit? If R0 is not, then I want to jump back to pollutant. If not, filter, jump to whole filter off. This is going to be messy, and there's probably going to be a really obvious solution that comes to mind at the end. I'm also a bit worried about doing these things sequentially. Because what if one of them's... I suppose with 30 megapascals, I should have... It'll take too long for it to overpressure before it's been able to run through both loops. It'll be fine. Oh, no. I don't want that to loop there. I don't want that to loop there at all. Whole filter off, set filter whole on to 0. Otherwise, set filter whole on to 1. So, at the moment what I've got is, we check the pressure of the tank from phase 1, which is post the pollutant filter. Which then goes to... So we've checked that. We find out what that is. We branch if that is higher than the tank high pressure. And if it is, we jump down and we turn the filter off. If not, we turn the filter on and we jump back to start. But before we jump back to start, we're going to load into R1, tank phase 2, pressure. And we're going to branch if greater than R1, tank high. We're going to jump to N2O, filter off. That's going to jump to start. N2O filter off. Set filter N2O on 0. Jump to start. Okay. This, I think, should work. Set filter N2O on 1. Oh, right. Yep, you're right. I'm just labeling these for my own benefit. So this should not jump to start. This should jump to phase 2. This one jumps back to phase 1, just for neatness sake. And I can also then put a set filter pole on to 0 and set filter N2O on to 0 as well. So they start off. Off. They begin off. I need to set both on and mode. There is no... I don't think so, Barnaby. Because there's no... Like, a filter is just on. There's no other... There's no, like... This is the on-off switch. It should be the same, shouldn't it? We'll find out in a sec anyway. Because one of my setups... One of my loops is below the pressure setting that I've got. But this should work. So we run through, we set both filters to off, We check if the first tank is above the set pressure. And if it is, we turn the filter off. We then jump back. We check if the second tank is over pressure. If it is, we turn it off and we jump back and check again. And I should have a yield somewhere here. Start there. Cool. No, I can't load this. This particular script, James, would not work on this housing because there are only 2 devices. And the way to get around that would have been to learn the hash stuff that was confusing the bejesus out of me. So I just ignored it and used the housing instead. But that should work. Probably. Assuming I haven't stuffed up a label somewhere. So, before I turn any of the filters on, let's turn these pumps on. That's phase 2. Just checking that I've got the names correct. That's phase 1. Yep. So phase 1 post-pollutant. All right. I'm really worried that this is going to explode something. Both filters are currently off. Ah! Stupid hole. Oh, no. No? Starter's connected. Why is that filter not turning on? Where have I stuffed things up? Yeah, I don't... Oh, this one. That's where I've stuffed it. Or at least one of the places where I've stuffed it. Did I click export? I forget. Just check. Jump to phase 1. Stay in there. Oh, the other filter's on. That's the wrong filter. I've got the wrong filters on. How have I gotten the wrong filters? Oh dear. How... Those sudden jumps that you sometimes do when you walk sideways.
Hunger caution.
So D0 is set to filter pol. D3 is set to filter N2O. Have I got the names on the devices set correctly? Filter pol. Filter N2O. D0, filter pol, D3, filter N2O. Why is it turning the wrong ones off? Hmm. Yeah. If A is greater than B. Yeah, if R0 is greater than tank high. And that's 30 megapascals. So that should be fine. Alright, I'm gonna give the devices a swivel. It's now set to filter pollutant. It's now set to filter N2O. Is how they should be. Let's give that another go. Export. On. Nope. It has turned the wrong one on again. It's repeatedly doing that. That is not helpful. It keeps trying to turn this one on. Why are you being like this? So, looking at the pipes, this tank should be telling this filter to turn itself off. This tank should be telling the filter that it's fine to run. I've checked the names are correct. The tank is on the network, and the filter is on the network. We've got data connections and everything going to both. The fact that I can find the devices to attach them to here means that they are there. Because we've got filter pole on that one. And we've got... Wait. What? Oh, the tanks were wrong. That's what's wrong. There we go. Now we're good. So now this should be set and forget. And when this reaches 30 megapascals, it'll switch off this filter. When this system finally empties this line out to when it gets below 30 megapascals, this filter will finally turn on again. Yep, user error. It's always user error. Except when you're starting out, you never know how much of it's you and how much of it's your tools. It's that whole why you don't mod a game before you know the game sort of argument. Yay. The pressures were all fine when I had these running constantly before. Like, this pipe network is now completely empty. This one will max at 6 megapascals or around where it's running at because the filter can't output enough to overcome the fact that this is pumping out 10 liters a second. And the filtration efficiency should be okay. Now I could add some code to check the filter cartridges, or I could move on to the next stage of this whole setup, which I think is what I'm going to do instead. And I'll come back to do that another time. So, I need to move this water pipe to an actual storage thing, so the remaining things I need to store are CO2, oxygen, nitrogen, volatiles, and water. I've got space for 4 big tanks on the top, so I will go with 4 gas tanks on the top and a liquid tank down the bottom. So many jobs left unfinished. Yep. But which job should I leave unfinished at any particular time? That's always the question. Because even if I set up the check for the filters for those two, I'm still going to then have to come up with the code again once I get the other filters in. So I can either finish it then or finish it now, and I'm over coding. I'm done. I don't want to do any more right now. Is there a tank around here? Got 5 there. What, I had a stack of 3 that I saw somewhere. It's down here. Yeah. There we go. What do I need for more tanks?
Hydration
Ah,
critical.
good. Glad I made that silicon happen. So I need a lot more. And I need to put some steel in. Yeah, I'll just chuck this one in. I'm going to be using a lot. And I'm going to need some more copper. Alright, so how many is that going to let me make? 10. I need slightly more than 10. I need 12. Nuts. I need a little bit more silicon. I don't have quite enough. I think I processed all the silicon I had in my things. Yeah, I did. Nerds. Oh. Okay. I might make... Oh, right. I can't make another mining backpack because I don't have any. I'm going to turn this one into my ice storage. I'm not carrying them all around all the time. And this is the backpack to never accidentally put into the furnace at once. That would be catastrophic. Alright, now I can go get some silicon. It's another tank. Yeah, I've only got just enough for making one more tank. Now am I going for my... Let's empty my waste tank. My oxygen thing full? Yeah. Excellent. Switch out my battery. And let's go get some silicon. Was writing a program to automatically reconnect the fuel umbilical because it doesn't reconnect on reload since they don't give you insulated rocket tanks. Got distracted with something else when I finally made it back to the rocket. It was no more Venus heat. Blow it to smithereens. Yep. Yeah, Barnaby, the tank that I placed down, the water tank there, is a liquid tank. I had bits for a liquid tank and I've already placed it in the storage room. I don't like doing this at night. I'm going to go this way. Actually, that's a bad idea. Let's go this way. More chance of me seeing stuff if I go this way. in seeing the base when I'm on my way back. I'm going 270, so I come back at 90. How long until the hot gas pipe starts singing again? Shouldn't happen now. Might do, but it shouldn't. I think I got enough volume out of them that even at the higher temperature it shouldn't. We'll find out though. Either way, I bought myself more time. You know what? I'm putting that in my hand.
Critical.
What's critical? Hunger. Yeah, trying not to ignore the suit lady. We all know how that ended when I ignored it before. And I just... Well, I didn't ignore it. I didn't hear it. Well, this will at least be enough to make the tanks. I was thinking I'd grab a bit more copper because I've actually not got any all that much stored, I don't think. Which I probably do. Oops. I didn't check my copper things. It's weird being outside and having outside be the noisy place. Because the pressure is high enough that the sound actually travels. I'm so used to Mars and its low pressure. Still, even at this point. So I've just played so much more of Stationeers on Mars. Yeah, from what I understand, they do have some pretty cool plans for what uranium will be useful for, but they're still a fair way off. Because their plan is to make us make proper, well, reasonably proper nuclear reactors and have Google search histories that make us look very concerning. I think that'll do. I'm breathing heavy enough as it is. That's a bit of coal, a bit of copper, a bit of iron, and a bunch of silicon. Let's get out of here. Where is out? There you go. Oh, I might grab this gold, actually. Is there much gold there? Oh, yeah, there's a bit. I can stand the heavy breathing for a little bit longer. Hopefully you guys can too. And I imagine a few people are hoping that I'll keep going so long that I'll end up cracking my suit. Alright. We are pretty much full. I think that counts as full. Home was 90. This way. Okay. Crack the suit. Crack the suit. No! Must not crack the suit. I did, on my way out, forget whether wind turbines can actually chop you up. I think they can. So I probably shouldn't have tried to fly through it. That was a almost disastrous error. And I'm getting confirmation from chat that yes, they can chop you up. We've got the other 5 here. That's just need 2 more, which is the silicon to process. I was going to do something quickly though. I'm gonna grab one of these guys. I'm gonna pop it in there. And I'm gonna pop that out.
Health low.
And I'll pop that on the shelf. And try and grab those little bits out so that we can clear up a couple more spots. Throw some food back in the shelves. Hooray! Yeah, a recycler is needed. I know. Especially with the magic extra suits I keep getting. Alright, I should probably go eat and drink before I do this. Yeah, sort that out first. There you go. The breathing will go away soon. Delightful. We are getting close to having an actual storage room. Don't worry, everyone. It is coming. It's just low on the priority list. I suspect storage room might happen before I work out the hydrolyzer. The hydrogen combustor, I should say. For making water. I'll leave a little bit of silicon as ore just in case I need it for some alloy. 400 grams of silicon should be enough for my current projects. Sort these quickly. Oopsie, grabbed the wrong bit. Be a good day when I learn how to use a backpack emptying thing and a sorter for it. And empty this. So I've got space in there too when I next go mining for things. Done. Okay, cool. Silicon can go on the shelf too. Nickel goes in there, silicon on there. And my backpacks are empty. Excellent. Now let's empty this out. Get it hot. Get the silicon done. Yeah, Barnaby, I've intentionally not bothered sorting my shelves out there. Because, yes, you're right. If I sorted them so that all the decayed food was in one and all this bit was in the other, it would look like I cared. Or like, it just feels like wasted effort because it is not a functional storage system. There's too little space there. Let's get 2 of these. I'm gonna have to wait for them. Yep, can't look like I care about my storage system until I'm ready to actually care about my storage system. See, this cooling area, that I care about. Look, it's painted, it's enclosed, it's got a label. My greenhouse, it's enclosed, it's proper setup. It's got storage. There's floorage is in the service area underneath. You don't see that. But it would be a motivational storage system. I have too much of an X, so I need a system to help deal with it. Or if it hasn't motivated me yet, I don't like the chances that it's going to later. It is motivating me though. I am gradually getting more frustrated with the fact that I've got stuff all over the floor. It's just become such a thing now for this playthrough that I have an inherent resistance to doing anything about it. Line that up there, no? I think so. Right, I think I've lined those up correctly. So we got a liquid tank for the water below, which I might connect up now. Have any more liquid pipes there? No. Oh, got a couple there. Have I got more downstairs? Got a few more. So ultimately, my plan with these pipes was to do a setup very similar to the way we'd done things in the thing that barely got used because the game decided to die on us, in the Terraformers series. So I was going to have basically a whole series of pipes running down the middle here that will then run beneath the rest of the base. So hopefully I only need 5 pipes, although I think we had it 2 blocks wide because we needed more than 5 pipes. Maybe I'll run the water pipe above like this, and then I can run the gas pipes on the next row down. So that's not going to work. I will need to have them all. Very awkward if some are running up and... Oh, no. Should be alright. If this is running above, then what I would do to branch off, we do this. Get past them all and then go down. That should be fine. No, I'm not going to put my water tank here, Takari. That's where my cooling setup is. Ugh. How could I do that? How could I do that? Why would I do that? Saving pipes is not the goal here. Making it look neat and immediately passable, well, almost immediately passable, that's the goal. So you can look at it and go, I think I understand where things go here. I think after my explosive experience with the H2 combustor, I will be setting that up elsewhere. Far away from all of my gas storage. Alright, I've got some more pipes in my hand. Whoops. Yeah, I use the door because it's the visually open pathway. Walking through here, yeah, it works, but I keep forgetting that it works because it's visually obstructed with the heaters. That's why I keep using the pathway that isn't strictly necessary, but just visually is... Oh, that's an open space. I'll walk through to that. That natural human approach to doing things. The greenhouse has uninsulated pipe, so that's not helpful. And even though I do have a few bits of pipe on the ground here, I still needed more. Because I'm going to have this pipe running all the way down the room. No pipe will go to waste. Oh. Well, that's staying. There may be some advantages to that being that way. Exactly, Elemental. It's like when people flock to the door that's open rather than opening the one that's next to it. It's exactly like that. One of those heuristic things we do that makes sense the vast majority of the time, so we never have any reason to think about it any more than we do, which is very little at all. Okay, that cleared out. Let's clear out this pipe that's here that shouldn't be here, because that's just going to be distracting. Helps to not throw your wrench away. The water could freeze, that's true. I don't think I need to worry about it too much. Hopefully. Genuinely not sure. You are right. The first little bit of water that goes into this tank will freeze because it'll evaporate. Wait, no. Yes. Don't really have a way to fix that. The water won't be pretty hot. The water will be like 20 degrees, 15 degrees Celsius. Oh, actually, no. The water will be... Yeah, you're right. The water could be hot. Because the water will be as hot as it can be as it goes through. As literally as soon as it turns to liquid, it'll go through, and that'll be at whatever pressure. So if we look at water... So we're working up at pressures around... Well... We're working at pressures up around this area. Where's up? Up around this line here. Where my mouse is. So even at very high temperatures, it will form liquid water. So the water that goes through should be at nearly 100 degrees Celsius. Be just slightly under. So even that evaporating, there's not going to be a huge amount of... It shouldn't freeze. Should be less likely to anyway. You right there, dog? Kicking my chair? Hmm? Crazy animal. It's absolutely delightful. Okay. So now we need some new filters. We need new supports. And this filtration setup is going to be different to the other one. These are not going to be in series. These are just going to be running in parallel. Because everything's cool now, I can just run it all in parallel and just filter off what I want to filter off. Which makes it all a lot easier to set up. Okay. That is how I've done the other ones? Yeah, just two of them. So I've got one atmospherics here. So where did I put the things, the other ones? I put them on the join between the two. Just trying to make this reasonably tidy. And I put it to the far to the right. All right, I'm going to disassemble some of the other ones and grab some more. Let's stack that so it's not adding extra nonsense. There we go. Got enough filters to go. Where am I? There I am. Yeah, Mr. Coleman, the water filter thing is for the dirty water from the shower. Hey, I might have enough water to have a shower. Once this is all said and done. See, there's a distraction from actually tidying up my base. Ideally, with this setup done, everything that I do from here on interacts with this setup because this setup is final. And what that means is that instead of having each new thing with a new gas component having to have its all fresh setup done, I should be able to do those setups a bit more cleanly. Yeah, 250 liters, that's a very long shower. I probably won't, don't worry. Alright, I am going to have nitrogen. What else am I filtering off? Where's my nitrogen, volatiles, oxygen, and CO2. So I need I'll go nitrogen. Where's my grey at? And because I like excitement, the volatiles are going to be right next to the oxygen. Oh no. Where's my white spray paint? Do I have any? Am I going to have to make a tool printer just so I can make white spray paint? Oh yeah, I should paint the filtration units too. Let's just see if I can go find the white spray paint. I thought I had one. I was trying to avoid messing with the, like having to mess with making a tool printer until I was ready to redo my production room. Like I was intentionally putting that off because I thought I might be able to get away with it. But it doesn't look like it. Also, I do have all these oxygen canisters and they somehow didn't explode. With all the heat that was in here. I thought they would have. Oh wait, what's in the spray gun? Ah, white! Okay. Red, gray, black. Oh, we're painted. Now I need to connect up my cold bad gas to over here. So how do I want to run that? I don't really want it sticking through the floor. So I might run it down a fair way. Do I need any other gases running at this level? I'll drop them down. I'll drop it down past there, like that. Will be better. That should be able to bypass any gas lines that I run through the middle. we go like this. Can I pop up in that row? Yeah, I could. Cool. I'll do that. Hooray! Been a process getting to this point. Oh, wait. What am I doing? Oh, no, this works. This works. This actually works quite well. So I was just remembering that I'm not running these in sequence, so I'm actually going to need to run this pipe the full length of the room. And if I run it at this position, that should be okay. Because then I can just branch up to each of them where I need to. Yeah. Need more pipes. Pressed wrong button. Malakat, the second set of tanks is for the other gases. Because we've got waste gas, pollutant, nitrous, cold waste gas, nitrogen, CO2, volatiles, and oxygen. Then down here we've got a water tank for water. A liquid tank for water, I should say. That's how I meant to say that. Which means I am actually getting really close to this being feature complete. Or at least the equivalent of that. How powerful a rig do you need to run this game? Not especially. I've got a few mods that are making this worse in that regard. But does anyone in chat run this on something fairly low end? I didn't think you needed anything too excessive to run it. Too fancy. My computer is R5 potato, runs fine. Yeah. Like most sandbox games, I imagine the lower spec your PC, the higher the chance are that you probably want to be a little bit cautious about how big you plan to make things and that you'll run into performance problems when you go too big. But as a general rule, it runs, I think this runs pretty well on most moderately modern hardware. 7700K with 6650 XT. Yeah, there we go. I do have to rely on other people's input for these things because I don't have any of my older hardware set up to test, and I don't really have the time to run tests and those sorts of things, to be honest. Almost set up with these bits. So for these filters, they're running differently to the other ones. We've got the input connected to the unfiltered output. So they'll just keep flowing through and gradually reduce the amount of gas that's within this setup here as they pump in whatever they've got into their own filter. It's a bit less, it's a bit slower, especially once you're down to small fragments of a particular gas, but it's a lot easier to set up. Okay, that's hooked up, that's hooked up, that's hooked up, that's hooked up. Now I need some more pipes of different colors. I need to start with some black. And I need more pipe even. This is where all my pipe is going to disappear very quickly. So we got grey. And I need red. Then I need to make a whole truckload of filters. And probably a whole truckload of cable too. Hook this all up. Crew Chief, it's hard to give useful advice on what you should buy because it's very much down to what your use case is, and it's very difficult to determine what different people's use cases are. Like, for me, buying the 3090 when I did was well worth doing. It's more than handled all of the games I play. But for other people, because they've got more disposable income, buying a 4090 after they had a 3090 was reasonable. And then you've got other situations where maybe a 3060 Ti is your better go because it's got more VRAM and it'll be a bit more future-proof, potentially. Various things like that. You've got stellite, furnace, gas temps. Why not make stellite for heavy filters? Well, I have made some stellite, so I could make heavy filters. Why not? Because then they won't run out for ages. Yeah, Johnny, and then people who mainly play their older games. Like, let's be honest. How many of you play a game that actually requires the PC that you're using? So many of us will go back and play games that we're familiar with and that we've loved for years and maybe even decades that really don't push our hardware. Like, I'm absolutely guilty of that. I pushed the hardware in those games to some extent, with the ridiculousness I do in Space Engineers and the like, and because I'm running it at 4K, because that's what my screen is. But if I wasn't doing that, if I weren't creating content, I would never have bought a 4K monitor. I would have stuck with 1440p because you can get a far more efficient, like, bang for your buck build if you stick with the slightly lower resolution, and it's really not that noticeable at the distance we sit from a screen. But then there are the shiny new hotness games that we sometimes play, and it's like, oh, well, I need it for that. I need it. God, the amount of money I spent on computer parts when I was in high school when I first got a job, and I was like, I can spend all my money because my parents buy all my food. Because yes, that was absolutely a thing I did. Start printing up your cable pile. Oh, good point. Okay, that's the 2 CO2 heavy filters. I have stupidly come around here without inventory space for things. At least I can put these away. CO2. Yeah, I will put away my paints. Alright, so these can probably just start running. If I plug them in. Forgot, haven't plugged them in. That's just a small thing. They just lack power. It's fine. I'm gonna need so much more silicon and steel and so much more pipe. Let's get a volatiles. Okay, we're out of copper in there, that's fine, because I've got almost 2 full stacks. I want to make a transformer. Small, which needs some more copper, which I think I still have on the ground over here. Let's make one of them. I got the transformer. I should hopefully have enough heavy cable to get to the transformer. And then hopefully enough light cable to do the rest. But I doubt I do. I probably need a few more. $2005 is not... I mean, if we use furniture definitions, 2005 is not yet vintage. Vintage is 1999 or earlier, if we use furniture definitions. It has to be 25 years old or older. For vintage, and then antique is 50? That sort of stuff, I think. Or maybe it's 100? I don't remember what the antique is. I remember vintage. Yeah, the Matrix is vintage. I thought it was 25. Maybe it's different depending on where you are in the world, how they define it. It's obviously not going to be a particularly clearly defined thing, I would say. This is the last filter I need to make. Excellent. Yeah. I'll just see how much more I need. Vintage means before my formative years. Anything else is just making me feel old. Yeah, Johnny. I had one of those birthdays this... just over a week ago that made me feel old. Where does this cable run to? Oh, that's... I've gotten rid of that. Alright, we can pull that up. Funny thing is, I reckon I felt older 2 years ago than I do now, because I'm a lot fitter now than I was 2 years ago. Because of going on long-weighted walks with Toby in a backpack. Like walking for an hour and a half with a 12 to 15 kilo load. I'm not exactly sure how heavy the backpack actually is. But it's been good. I've lost as much weight as Toby has in total. Because of how much I've been doing. The transformer up top was for lights. Was the plan for that one? It was pre-organized for me to put lighting in this room, because obviously need lights. I probably didn't need to run an individual thing over here, but...
Hunger caution.
made it look a bit tidy, I think. I'm gonna run this the whole way down, and then I'll do the branches down to the units. There's a part of me that's tempted to set up a really lazy filter check that just checks all of them, and if any one of them has a filter that's low, they just all get turned off. But I won't. I'll do it proper. Probably. Eventually. I think before I mess with the filter thing, I'll try and see if Nev can help me get my head around what to do with the hash stuff. See if he can help me out. Because when he was explaining stuff to me during our multiplayer series, he was very good at explaining it in terms that I could understand. Hey, Tex. When filters die, they just throw everything into the rejected output? I don't recall. I have a feeling it does... it just allows clean pass-through, but maybe I'm wrong? Like, as in everything goes into where it should be filtered? Or is that a behavior that it used to have and changed, or... what is it? Tanks to the network now or later? Yes. Everything goes to the unfiltered. Okay. So it's not actually a disaster if... it's a disaster for these ones if they run out, but I actually don't need to worry about these ones. These ones I can just... I just would want some sort of notification so I can fix them, but they don't actually cause any harm if they run out. But the ones in sequence very much do. Okay, that's that hooked up. Yeah, well, the notification that I was planning was turn them off and maybe turn on a light. But I've also got to make sure whenever I do it that I'm setting up the IC chip that I've got over there to actually not allow things to get turned back on. My worry would be that I would stuff that up. That goes on. That goes on. That goes on, and my power consumption goes way up. Because I'm working on teeny tiny pressures here. How's this going? It's down to 42 megapascals. The cooling is so slow. Wait, let me just see. Is there... How cold is this? And that's actually fairly hot. Okay, so I'm actually maxing out my system here with what I've got. All right, I've just got to be patient and just know that eventually, after many, many hours, it will work. Probably. Yeah, Barnaby, I think you're right. It's slow now, but when I get to another project and this is running in the background, the end result will be nice after a few episodes. Yeah, 100%. And even just in the time it takes me to run the pipes and do all that stuff, it'll get there. This one has turned off, though, because we've maxed out this pipe to what I've set, which... There we go, perfect. It's up to 30 megapascals and it's stopped. So that's great. Yes, perfed. Cool. What to do now? Now I need yet another gigantic pile of pipes so that I can run all the pipes out of here. One of the first things I need to do, though, is run the CO2 line all the way to the greenhouse. Because once the CO2 line's connected up to the greenhouse, I can then pump in cool CO2 to up pressure the greenhouse. And in setting that part of it up, I should start having an idea of how I'm going to link the two looking complete parts of my base. And I probably want to run... It was mainly to get the cold CO2 connected up. That was the primary reason I decided, nope, I'm now doing a proper filtration setup. Oh, actually, before that, let's get some lights. Let's have some lights in that room. Be so weird if you ever get to fully pressurized and breathable base. It's not far away. It's not as far as you might think. Light. I actually have an idea on how I could speed up the filters a bit. It'll take a while until the idea actually kicks in. But if I throw my oxide or my volatiles ice, depending on whether I've got more oxygen or... I think volatiles are probably safer. If I threw my volatile ice into my furnace and got all of those volatiles, cold volatiles through into here, then I would probably end up having a colder gas mix onto this part. But what I should probably do instead of that is maybe just temporarily set up a furnace to pump those gases straight into this pipe to then get filtered. Bypassing this step altogether. Or putting them into this tank. So this tank gets cooled and then the cooling system just goes and does its thing. The trouble with an ice crusher is... Actually, is ice at 0 degrees when you allow it to sublimate? Or is it at less than 0? Is it at the freezing point of that gas? I think it's at 0. So I wouldn't lose that much from an ice crusher. It's only a few degrees. So I could just plug an ice crusher into here and cool this off so that the gas going into the cooling setup is even colder so it'll process faster. Oh, that's right. You guys told me before you can set an ice crusher to a specific temperature. Forgot about that. I need more iron. So I could just set it to 1 or 0 or whatever allows me. Makes it crush way faster. Cool. That's good to know. How much more copper do I need for a few more lights? I think I need at least 6 lights for this room. I've got enough copper in there. I thought it defaulted to 5 degrees because most of the gases I seem to get out of an ice crusher come out at 5. 5 Celsius, that is.
Hydration critical.
But I could easily be wrong. Now let's just get 10 of these. It is a very big room. Thanks, Ghost Outcast. Thank you for 7 months. I am doing pretty well. I have somehow... Alright, I'll eat. Insistent suit lady. I'll eat before I put up the lighting. Oh, I need more cable. I need to smelt more copper. Oh, I'm hearing the pipe noise again. I'm hearing pipe noise. Yes, Barnaby, a config card would work on an ice crusher, but I don't have an ice crusher. I'd have to make an ice crusher. I don't have one. So I thought I'd just ask. We're only at 50.7. Heaters max out at 2200 Celsius. I think someone said. I did have an ice crusher. It did explode. It was around here somewhere. It all went blammo. Okay, more cable, which means more copper. Just gonna do this a lazy way. Make lots of cable coils. Yes, I am the proud owner of the space that the ice crusher used to occupy. All I can tell you is a wall heater room maxes out at 2221 or something around there. 2500 Kelvin. So yeah, about 2230, 2227. All right. I might turn this off then. I can leave that on because I don't think... Oh yeah, I'm controlling the transformer. Yeah, let's turn them off. They don't need to be on. That's good timing to watch that pile fall over. Should I be making pipes? I probably should be. I feel like to make pipes, I should probably also make a stacker. Because pipes are pretty obnoxious. I might make a stacker. Let's replace the missing stacker. What could possibly go wrong? Are stackers on here? Stacker. No, they on here. Grab those, pop that, and grab that. Then, make sure this is around the correct way this time. Cool. Snacker is on. Let's make pipes. Well, that was weird. That kind of just slid. Huh. This just looks neat. I mean, I can see why you would want the dial for the printer it serves being on the same thing, but I don't see how that... Oh, wait, there's alternate versions of stackers, aren't there? They flip. Forgot that. Alright, I think we'll stop with the cables there. We'll just leave the pipes running because I'm going to need so many of them. Let's figure out the lighting placement. So... long wide lights, and I think I want them either side of this. And so maybe I do 8 and do 1 in front of each tank. That could be a tidy solution. Something like this. Desperately trying to make this room feel somewhat complete. Even though I know it's very, very, very much not. But at least with lighting, it makes it feel that way a bit. There we go. And I'm going to run a cable down the middle, and I hope that this light throws far enough. The room will be more complete with a config card. Do you know what would be more complete now that they've added it in? Is a tablet dock in my greenhouse with an atmospherics tablet on the tablet dock. Because it now will show up properly. I've been meaning to do that. There's a nice tidy way of doing it.
Waste tank caution.
Oh, I have to deal with that in a moment. Put it up so I know what's going on. Yeah, the tablet on a dock is absolutely the best way to display Atmo information. It's got so much information cleanly presented in a way that we're all used to looking at. I'm so glad that they've made that possible as a thing. Because I was so weirded out by the tablet dock when people were telling me that wasn't a thing. I was very pleased when I saw it was added in the patch notes. How short on cable am I going to be? Or have I just got enough to do this perfectly neatly the way that I'm trying to? Yay! I have enough. That's probably enough. Let's get some lights on. Of course, it's daylight out there, so I can't really tell how much light I'm getting from them. And I have lights! I call that a successful day. I've managed to actually get all of the different types of gases in a... Well, they'll eventually get to their tanks. If I wait long enough, this system should just work. So, I'm going to wrap up here for today. This is going to annoy some of you, but there'll be a short break from Stationeers next week because Wasted and I are going to play a brand new game that is very engineering, very sandboxy, and very ray traced. And I haven't worked out, like, I don't know how long we'll end up playing that for, but I'm very keen to play it, for us to play it together, and then, no, not Screwdriver, it is a game called Archean. So we're going to play that next Friday. I haven't worked out where I'm going to fit the, fit continuing Stationeers in this playthrough, because I absolutely want to, I just haven't figured it out yet. But that's the plan for next Friday. So I always run the release version of Stationeers, I don't run the beta. Because unstable. So yeah, we're going to be playing that together next week, where you'll see me attempt some visual scripting, because it's got a visual scripting thing. So that'll be on Friday. I'll be back on Sunday with Shadow with some more RVs of War and Space Engineers. And then on Monday, TFE, Capac, and myself are going to be playing Generation Zero. So, a bunch of games. And I will absolutely be making sure that I don't abandon this save because I've just reached a point that I've really wanted to do this. So I'm hoping it'll just be a week before I figure out where I'm going to fit it in to be able to play some more of this and things like that. We'll see how long Wasted and I end up enjoying this new game, but trust me, I've already sunk 10 hours into it. It should be worth having a proper look at for us before. So there's all that and plenty more to come, and I will see you then. Have a good one, everyone. Bye.